Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Sheila Holm. We're going to be talking about the recent shooting of one of the most prominent people in the truther community, I would say, Charlie Kirk, and he recently supposedly was assassinated by who, and what was the reasoning. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Sheila, thanks for joining us.
It is so horrific to realize what is just happening.
Yeah,
Um, but it is what we've been climbing toward without realizing it, because this is none of this is new. In fact, is point 42 in the 45 points. I don't know why it's that far back, because this is what they've done from the beginning of our nation. The
yeah.
whole socialist, anti-fascist, fascism, socialism, Nazism, communism, it's all been wrapped up into one bundle since the 1700s here in America, teaching our
Yeah.
youth.
Now you talk, like you said, you talk about this in your book. Would you like me to share that chapter?
If we go to point 42, that's all on the student unrest.
So this is here. This is it here with Ulysses S.
This
Grant.
is where it starts. Ulysses S. Grant was our last Republic president,
Yep.
and he brought back everything. This is the ending, I think, of takeover before they're self-governing. That's why the Pilgrims banned the entire pagan Gentile worship, because it says all throughout Scripture, don't learn what these people do, don't do what these people do, but you need to be aware of what these people do. And just on the page before this is when he's at the end of the Civil War, and see the difference. There's only two parties, traitors and patriots, and that's where we are today. None of this has changed. But when he went on to become president, he's the one that signed the laws that brought all the pagan worship, Gentile worship back into America. That is all the satanic feasts and festivals. It has nothing to do with us, has nothing to do with scripture, has nothing to do with the living Lord. And that's what Charlie Kirk was up against, by sharing the truth. And I've never seen anyone who could debate like he could. No
Yeah.
matter what somebody came at him with, he knew exactly.
Mm.
And it's almost as though he was beyond a Bible scholar,
Yeah.
because then here we are. Ulysses S. Grant, by the time he's been the president, he signed Christmas back into law in 1870, which is their 13 high holy days of the Satanists of the entire year. And then Ishtar Easter, he signed that back in 1873. So he's the one that signed all this back in. And that's what you find as you become president. You've got to do what they want you to do. Trump has been the first one that has just gone against absolutely everything. That's why they've done everything to destroy him. How many impeachments? Aren't they in the process of trying to do a third one?
There's talk of it, but they don't have the numbers. If the Democrats get control of the House again, they'll probably start to run it through again. Yeah.
Wow. Here we are. Here
Yeah.
we are. But if you go into the next chapter is the student unrest. And
Yeah, right at
that's
the
what,
bottom of the page, I like to read that because it's basically
okay.
what you're talking about. Many decades were spent developing the plan on how to indoctrinate and manipulate the younger generations to separate from family members and people in the community. There it is, right there. Just what you want to
Mm-hmm.
come on and talk about. You have it in this book. Amazing.
Well, and we've been talking ever since my first book about the faith monument, because it's the four pillars on how to raise a child the way they should go. But with both parents working, and with travel, and with sometimes both parents deployed because they're both in the military, I mean, what's happened to the family? But that's the whole 45 points. Destroy every angle of the family, completely separate, divide and conquer, get the students away from the family. And so, as you'll see in the next two chapters, this is the brand new one, that they've merged everything. That's why I shared this yesterday on social media, is that this is their new one that they're now saying. They're anti everything.
It's insane. But this goes all the way back to the communists, the fascists in Italy. Uh,
Hmm.
Antifa, I think, was flying this flag at one time as well. So yeah, it is very much into the nation. So I was telling you, I have Leo Zagami, who's been talking about this, of course, Italian, and he said that this this all fits in all the way back to Mussolini, and it comes
Mhm.
forward to today.
And FDR loved what Mussolini did. He stated it many
Wow.
times. And the man who came from Italy to help was a politician that helped Albert Pike set up the New World Order in Charleston, South Carolina. That man was named Giuseppe Mazzini. And in 1860, he started the mafia in Italy. He's the one that created it out of nothing. They always seem like this is all brand new and we're going to put this in. And so in 1860, he created that. And then in 1871, he was a right hand guy to Albert Pike, who brought the 33rd degree Masons from all over the world to put the world order to move it from Germany to America in 1871.
Yeah, and here we have the supposed shooter. I and other people are saying that this guy wasn't the shooter. It doesn't fit. There's too many inconsistencies. Charlie Kirk himself looks like to me it looks staged. But there was obviously a plan to assassinate him, I believe, and it goes all the way to Netanyahu. So I think that the Zionists are very much involved in this. But look at this video. It shows the guy running. So somebody's actually working the video to zero in on this guy. I think he's a patsy. So you can see him running behind the. So somebody zoomed in on him. So
Well,
somebody's
you know what's
following him.
interesting? Did you see any police tape? Did you see anybody cordoning off anything? Did you see anybody showing, say it was a crime scene? Did you see anybody? I
Exactly.
mean, it just
So here he
is
is,
very.
supposedly jumping off with the rifle, which ends up in the woods. That was not the Mauser, supposedly, that ended up in the woods. That's not a rifle there. You can tell by the way it swings around. There's no anything in there. So there's a lot of stuff here that is basically doesn't fit. And figuring out exactly, who's involved here and what they're doing is something that we need to really get to the bottom of.
Well, there's more reports that he called his roommate and had his roommate go get the one, whatever was in the woods and turn
Right.
that in. But he drives 4 hours to his family and then tells his family but
Right.
but there are concerns as to who he has become. And that's that indoctrination, what you just read.
Right.
Um, all of
And
this.
I think this is what they're trying to reveal,
Mhm.
regardless of whether you think that somebody's, involved in this. I think the Trump shooting also was a big reveal. Assassination attempt at Butler, PA. This is another reveal for us, as far as like trying to wake up our country to, extreme evil that's trying, like you are doing with your work and your book, which is these shows that we're doing are getting monumental views. So people are connecting with this. So you're bringing a really good message here. What are your thoughts as far as like helping people to understand what's going on?
Well, it was all a build up to separate the children from the parents and grandparents. I think we mentioned this when we were on with General Vallely. The goal is to separate them from their parents and grandparents, and nobody wanted to believe me in Georgia. And this is back when the first book came out in 2016 and into 2017. And a woman in Americus, Georgia, was down in Florida visiting her grandson, her daughter, and the grandson. And the grandson came home from school. He was like a first or second grader. And on the corner of his homework, it said, "Trust the government. The government will always be here for you." Okay, that's been the message. It was subtle, but that was the message when I went to school too, is that, this is the government is your future. The government is what's there. See what you can do for your government. Um, so that's what they were proceeding to separate us away from the family. So point 42 is all about the student unrest. And the student unrest, I put in all the symbols. In fact, it was the Students for a Democratic Society that tried to recruit me because I was a national debate champion in my senior year back when Tom Hayden created it, Jane Fonda's first husband. She went from Tom Hayden to and Turner. There isn't much difference between the two guys and what their agenda was for the future of this nation. But I was dumbfounded because I was raised right. I was raised with the truth. And so it's like I don't want anything to do with any of this. And my debate partners at that conference, because you had to change debate partners as you went through, they all were writing, come on, we got to do this. We got to make it a better America. And that's what they think it's going to be, but it's all socialism. So in chapter 42, I put all these symbols in and I put them out on Twitter yesterday. I don't know if we can bring that up, but on Twitter, I put out all the symbols because it goes from their campaign slogans, and the three arrows down that you saw on that one and the flags are on all of it. And the three arrows down, they use a pitchfork with three down with the Satan angles on the bottom of the pitchfork. I mean, it's all the same thing, and it's all Nazism, communism, fascism, socialism, and they say it's anti-fascist, and they're trying to point to children that Trump is a fascist and Charlie Kirk is a fascist. And so what they're doing is they're bringing the lies right into the front of the conversation, because it's them as fascists trying to make us fascists so that the students will then get rid of us, because it's always been about getting rid of the true speakers, the believers. That's been the goal from the very, very beginning. This is good, seriously, goes all the way back to the garden. And people said, when Noah came, that changed everything. And Sheila, it all started over. And you can't say it goes back to the garden. What did God say? Noah was the only righteous one. His great grandson was Nimrod that brought all this back full circle, and he's considered deified in Egypt as Osiris. His mother, who had a baby with him, is Ishtar, Isis, and the son is Horus. I mean, it's just how much further deep can you go into all of this craziness? So this is now a combination. The flags have been shared constantly, but you see the three pointing down? Those are the types of bottoms at the ends of the pitchfork on their emblems. So I put them all out on Twitter yesterday, and then they're all in chapter 42. I just copied them and put them out, took three three tweets to get all the photos in. They're all the same. They're all the same message. And the Young People's Socialist League, and people wrote back to me and they said, these are just logos that adults are using on the children. No, it's not. They're having children believe in this and want to become members in this and then take their actions and do what they want you to do. This isn't just logos, guys. This is a whole ideology that they're indoctrinating your children, and you're paying all this money in these universities. And what did we see when Trump got in the first time? They were breaking down barricades and doing horrific protests and burning things on campuses and ruining campuses. I mean, because this is what they believe. You got to tear down who they are. Who's the they that you're fighting? You're
Yeah.
fighting the truth.
And that's what Charlie Kirk was doing. He was going on those campuses. I mean, there were times where they had to cancel his events because there was so much violence before he even showed up. So yeah, you're right. They're really pushing this violence, and so to them, because we're fascist, we're conservative. We want the family. We want to build America, through merit and so forth. We're the ones that they're trying to portray, like you're saying, as fascist. And from that portrayal, anything they do to us, like Charlie Kirk, is okay. And this is what fascists have been doing all the way back to World War II, Nazi Germany and Italy and Japan. So yeah, we're in a bad state, and we have to educate people the correct way, which Charlie Kirk was trying to do, but that's unfortunately got stopped out, and that sends a message to other influencers like ourselves that we're gunning for you. So that's not a good thing right now.
Well, it's the same messages as World War II. They called them the brown shirts. They were all the ones that joined the same youth socialist league, young people socialist league. They changed the logos. It's what they look like, but they all had the same emblems. It really doesn't matter. And now the socialist league of the two hands sharing, that's identical. I think we talked about this before on an interview. It's the identical symbol as the AFL-CIO. It's Workers Unite. And this is People Unite globally. World Unite is what it is. It's world order. And they want you going in that direction. And it's very subtle, but these kids are falling for it. And he was using all the same terminologies. So he's been indoctrinated. in this process.
Yeah, it's ongoing. And the only thing
Hmm.
that's going to stop this is if we, start to reveal it more. So I think that's what we're seeing right now with President Trump, having the flags at half staff. That's bringing attention to it. What do you think is going to happen going forward?
Well, we're already taking action. Did you see where the professors who were celebrating the youth who were against Charlie and the language that they're using and et cetera? These people are being fired from their jobs. There's whole videos coming out today of all the people being fired. How did two people, there was an Anastasia that came out with a book about his
Right.
death on the 9th, and how did another one come out from Andrew West came out on the 10th? How does this happen? And God bless Derek Johnson, but he said it takes 72 hours to get a book out, so it really came out faster. But if it is already approved through editing, your book gets released within 24 hours. And
Well, yeah, the
so,
Anastasia that was actually came out the day before.
mhm.
And there was like a news article or something, like 19 hours before or something like that.
Three
So,
headlines of top newspapers, and that was the New York Times. These guys are all
right.
they're all in on it, the same as we're still where we were under JFK when he was speaking to the press, and they had to get rid of him because he was saying we got to stop this because we're causing war in our own land. And but those three papers exactly 19 hours before made that announcement that's why the Georgia Guidestones were exactly 19 feet tall. Everything they do
Wow.
is how they do what they do, and doing it in advance, telling you in advance what they're going to do. We've talked about that before on the TVs and the news and the media, in the movies, and all they use is to tell us this is how it's going to go, and you just think you're watching a segment of something.
Yeah, definitely. So that's good. So we're reveal, there is the reveal that's going on. Uh, there's there's one gentleman that had footage of an airplane coming in and dropping people off close to that venue. Came in a certain time frame, and it's I guess connected to someone that's like a Zionist and so forth. So again, it seems like this Zionist connection. There's so many different reasons, but one of them has been revealed that he started to promote the Palestinians, and so they're saying that the Zionists took him out, and then we saw Charlie Kirk basically from that incursion into Israel from Palestine. Basically, they Hamas and so forth. They said that that was a real event. Everyone that's looked at that is like that was that was staged, and they allowed that to happen. It took them 6 hours or something like that to respond. I mean, Israel is a very small country. There's no way that the military cannot respond almost instantaneously, but it took them 6 hours. So Charlie Kirk started to see that, and I guess he was going to meet with uh, uh, Netanyahu.
And it's happened. I've gone all the way back to the 1300s. This is going to be in book 6. But
Wow.
all these pandemics had happened on 20 years. So they wanted to get over here, and they got over here, as many of them out of their families they could, by 1620. So that's why it was so key to them. But we don't even begin to understand what they were coming away from, because that calendar is so screwed up. That's in the personal letter in the front of the new book. I didn't understand the whole truth of that until God revealed it. And even though a lot of the sections in the book were briefly described in the book series, my goodness, they're just an appetizer compared to what he revealed for the new book, because he was getting me ready to understand. Because if I'm going to explain it, I have to go so deep with him. I don't know another way to say this. I'm not trying to say it because I'm not loved by God 1 ounce more than anybody who's hearing any of this. But he has to take me so deep into the truth that I can understand it enough to explain it. Like that sentence, I wouldn't even remember that sentence was there, and you pick up on it. It's just like the first time we did the interview on the new book, and you took us to page 28. They hated truth that much that they had to put him on the cross. They couldn't have the truth shared with the people. So this, seriously, I cannot express it any differently than, guys, this goes all the way back to the garden. It goes because Christ came. I mean, we're almost to the 7,000 years. And so here we are. And everyone thinks in 2027 it's all going to be over. And all I can say, guys, is that we don't know the timing. Our calendar has been totally messed up. We don't know what it is. And as I've said, if Christ is actually seated on the right hand, which he is, and he isn't aware of the timing, then all I can say is we got to possess until they come. And that's also in scripture that get your job done. Let's get this truth out to the people. Let's make sure that we save as many people as possible. That was the whole goal of being here. But the world, look what the world did to us. They took us on this whole path that in the end means absolutely nothing.
Mm.
In 1 second, you don't have a breath and your life is done. Oh, good. We can see some of these symbols.
Yeah, and this is from your X account, Nation Restoration,
Uh-huh.
and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, these are interesting.
I couldn't fit them all in, but you see how they're all the same. If you go back to that campaign emblem in the one right below that's all red background and click on that capitalist,
This
the
one,
one down, the next group down, see that one?
yeah,
Fight capitalism and its parties. Do you see what I mean? So that's why there's no difference between the parties. We're fighting everybody. They're a uniparty. It's the one that's got the red background with the three arrows against the parties. Probably the next one, right there. Did you know that they had a separate socialist candidate? His name's guy was Eugene Debs, I believe. This is in my fifth book, I think, in the series too. He ran every single time for president. He was a Bernie Sanders of the day, and he kept getting more votes. Remember what happened to Bernie Sanders when he got more votes? They gave him a bunch of money, and he bought a vacation home, and
that's
and
right.
uh, and he
Yeah,
backed away
I think it's what, two or
because what
three
they
homes
did,
now every.
yeah,
So
they put
he'll run
Eugene.
next time, and he'll get a third home because he'll get the
There
vote.
you go,
They'll just buy him
and
off again. Yep.
exactly. And so, what did they do with this guy? They put Eugene Debs in prison. See what they do? They put him in prison, and as soon as the election was over, guess what? He gets out and he gets clemency from the president. But they put him in prison so he doesn't. But while he was in prison, because he had run all those elections, the people were so upset. He got more votes than he ever did in his entire lifetime, and he was running for president several elections. I don't remember the number right now, but his name was Eugene Debs, and he was the Bernie Sanders of back in that time in the early 1900s.
Wow.
So, but that's how popular it was. So we don't understand our history, but see how they're trying those three same symbols? And they're not just fascists, they're Satanists. All of this was during all of the fires that were happening out in that part of the country and the BLM and Antifa. This
Yeah.
was all happening all at the same time, and all of these symbols are identical.
Satanic Portland. Wow. Anti-fascist. So they're against fascism, but they're actually the real fascist. And,
Yes.
this is what we're starting to see. This is the deep state, the New World Order. They're communist. So the liberals is just another name for communists. They just hid themselves under the name liberals. And the
Mm-hmm.
liberals are all over the world. There's huge protests as we're speaking right now in the UK. Well over 1 million people are marching through the streets against this. So it is a
Mm-hmm.
worldwide movement against the deep state, the New World Order.
Well, I just saw a brand new one that just was coming out as we were going on, and that is Unite the Kingdom, the UK,
Uh-huh.
Unite the UK, and they've got all the police behind them, and the streets are full of people with pride in their UK flag, the British flag, and they're marching, and Sydney, Australia is marching against all of this. All of this is
Wow.
happening today,
Good.
and all worshiping and praise Liberty University that went through all their struggles. Liberty University has had this big uprising for Charlie Kirk. It's amazing what's happening around the world.
Yeah, let's see if we can get any videos. There's Elon Musk.
There's the
That's just
UK.
you not even Elon Musk is involved here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty impressive.
Now, remember, they were just saying the Muslims had totally taken over the UK.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It wasn't just the mayor of London, it
I
was
know
had
not
totally
just the
taken
mayors
over.
took over. Yeah, the people
Yeah.
the people we have to push back because
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to take over our world through this action that they're doing right now. those people that are, trying to help people see, what the problem is here. The Charlie Kirks of the
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
on and on. So are we going to just let them? No, we have to stand up like the people like you're talking about in the UK and Australia are standing up and starting to march and push back. This is the
Mm-hmm.
new world order. They can't survive if we work together. Now they've tried to cancel us out. They did that J6, and that has not worked so well. That's come back on them. They're being exposed for that. The election's still 2020. There's many things that are being exposed. Charlie Kirk, or there's a reveal there, a massive reveal that's happening there. I don't believe he was actually killed. I think they basically staged it, and they kind of hijacked that and made it seem like he was being shot. But that's basically exposing the deep state. So, what are your thoughts? Who's next? Who do you think they'll go after next?
Well, this indoctrination, I think, is the focus for us to talk about, because this indoctrination happened quickly. This kid was only, let's just say it was his kid, and he's
Right,
22.
right,
Every one of his documented on the different things about the gun, about the ammunition, all of the wording was World War II, socialist, Nazism, communism, fascism comments.
right,
And how would he know that at 22, except to be
right.
indoctrinated in that? Okay. And what they were saying is he didn't like the university, so he went to a tech school. His life partner is supposedly a transgender. I mean, you look at all of this that has happened. And when he just met with his family members not so long ago for a family gathering, they couldn't believe what was coming out of him, because it's like they didn't even know him anymore. That's how
Wow.
fast it can happen. And that's why I don't know if you want to pull up the chapter 42 in the book and just quickly scroll through, because you're not going to believe what 41 is. Um, I mean, after you get the student unrest comes after the point right before. So this is 43, the end of 43.
Does it go this way or the other way?
Goes this way, should go this way.
Oh,
See all of the
there's the symbols you're
symbolism.
talking about. Yeah.
Paramilitary 33, and it just keeps
Wow.
expanding. All the symbols are the same. BLM, Antifa, they were burning Bibles in and books in World War II. They did the same thing in Antifa, BLM. And you see how the Communist Party, Black Lives Matter, People's Party, they're all the same.
Wow. Incredible. Yeah,
The,
this is a exceptional reveal.
mm-hmm.
Exceptional reveal. Wow, you're doing such great work. You want to go further?
Yeah, and yeah, we keep going further, see what they draw them into, all sorts of societies. People think
Wow.
it's just the Masons, but it's not. There's youth in there too. Job's daughters, Rainbow Girls, Demolay.
Even the
It's all,
Demolay? Wow. I remember my
yeah.
cousin was in Demolay. That's
Hmm.
crazy. Wow.
And then I show the Supreme Court of Israel. The Supreme Court building is a World Conference Center of the Masonic.
Mm.
They wear the gold aprons. It's a higher level. And now you see the Knights of Pythias emblems, where you see the knight at the side there. And then you see the skull and bones with the Knights of Pythias.
Yeah,
You see
so
the
it's
Masonic with the Knights of Pythias.
the Israeli Supreme Court building, what's the Masonic
That's over on your left, right below the Masonic family. That's the Israeli Supreme Court building itself, and how they have it structured, and the pyramid on the top. And it's
Ah,
the World Conference Center of the Masonic.
jeez. Wow.
And then it was Schumer. Schumer and Anthony Weiner are the only two named on the named in on the living people, because they don't name living people. It's on the pages of memorial where they're dead that you get to find out the actual names, and then they can say they don't want to be named even on the memorial pages. This is how they entertain people. They took over the entertainment industry. That's just a sample on the left. And you see Charles Schumer, that is the day of the impeachment hearing in January of 2020.
Right. January 23.
And that was his first impeachment hearing, and they weren't supposed to be talking in the chamber. And he came back in, spoke to the woman who was recording for a while, and you're not supposed to be talking in the Senate chamber. Then he come over to get in his seat, and a demonic entity was in the seat. So that's why you see him trying to usher him out of his seat. Then when he sits in his seat, he's annoyed because the demonic entity just moved to the seat next to him, and he's in conversation with the demonic entity during the
Wow.
hearing of impeachment against President Trump.
Holy moly, good catch. Unbelievable.
I did an interview the very next day on it. God had me look it up, and then LT took my interview and talked about it, and then showed the when he did it and put my book up and everything. He put the map of America, and you see the crescent design. Those are the biggest castles uh, in that design of the Knights of Pythias, and that's exactly the areas where Soros took over the DAs, the judges,
Oh,
and
wow.
he's been paying them the whole time.
Jeez. Unbelievable. Yeah, incredible.
Okay, now go back just one page. Okay, do you see we're heading into chapter 13.41? So now we've gone from student unrest to what? Separate children from parents' family. They emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative influences of their parents, attribute prejudice, mental blocks, retarding of children to suppression influence of parents.
Hmm.
So the whole thing, the whole 45 points completely separates the family, breaks down so that you have no connection with your parents. Look at all the TV commercials who try and be funny, but it's don't be like your parents. You're
Yeah.
acting like your parents. Didn't we just talk about this? Don't start acting like your parents. And it's on insurance commercials, it's on pharmaceutical commercials.
Hmm.
They're all saying, well, that's probably what your parents did. Don't ever do that. You know, it's right in the commercials.
And wasn't remember Hillary Clinton? It takes a village, to raise
Hmm.
the children. So that
Hmm.
again, like you're talking about, get them away from the family.
Hmm. Yeah, let us influence them, let us indoctrinate them. And
Yes.
this is how much we've changed. This is the beginning of the 1900s. Look at that first school bus. That's a
Wow.
school bus in the early 1900s, and everybody thinks we've had Ford motor cars. But then I put the California Coast Road by San Diego. You can see the California Coast Road. It's all made by our men with lumber.
Wow. That's impressive.
And it's because they started to have cars. Do you see what I mean? The first race in Lakeside, California, had the first racing cars, and they were like go-karts. They didn't even have steering. I did a thing for them on their 100-year anniversary in 2007, from 1907, and it was so interesting to see what they were doing. And you see, now we're to chapter 14, the next point, 40. Now we've gone from 43 to 40, and look what it says: discredit, destroy the family.
Right.
Discredit the family as an institution, encourage promiscuity and easy divorce.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it
that's
just,
that's
the
what
45
Playboy
just go down a
brought
slippery
in.
slope. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's what Playboy, Hugh Hefner, Marilyn Monroe, that's what they brought in. Marilyn Monroe being his first playmate on the cover, and playmate within the centerfold. So she was part of the MK Ultra and Monarch and all that stuff, uh, programs. She was, like we saw, involved with the president and his brother. So that they brainwash these women basically to do these things. We've had Kathy O'Brien on and talk about all this. So it is it is part of their programming. It's not anything new. Jeffrey Epstein, they've been doing this for a long time. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, was part of their plan. P. Diddy it's all part of like bringing them in, corrupting them, and using their corruptness now to control them,
Hmm. Well, and the
or
tunnels
the family.
underneath, Hugh Hefner, the tunnels that connect with all these other places, the same
Right.
as the tunnels underneath the White House and the Capitol, and how they go to their residences. So everything can be done privately and secretly, like all the societies. Everything is done in secret, and you only get to be involved in this once you become part of the club, but you don't even know when you're being brought into it what you're going to be obligated to.
Yeah. So it says in the Bible, James 1:26 and 27, scripture confirms the only undefiled religion is to see that to the needs of the fatherless, the widows and orphans, which include the single mothers and their children who have an orphan's heart. So they're they're going after everything now. They want to just, and we're seeing that they're destroying in France, of course, they're destroying the cathedrals. Same thing in England, same thing here in America. We're seeing a lot of Christian churches which are being burned. They're covering it up. They're not even talking about it anymore.
Nobody gets to know what happened underground. Epstein is no different. Epstein Temple. There's a video of it, and that's where they wear the white with the red. And those who can't have a voice about it are masked. And then the ones with the circle, like the knights on the round table, they're all 6 feet apart. These guys are hooded and in black. What would you call it? They're black and hooded, and they're all caped. That's sort of a cape with a hood, and they're masked if they're not to speak as to what they make decisions about. And once those decisions are made, those people that are there have to carry out what they're told to do. And they don't know walking into it what that's going to be. But that level of loyalty is required all the way up to get to those top levels. And that's why the truth about all of this is just incomprehensible. But I'm due to get a book, and as soon as I get it, I'm going to make sure that you and Tracy know about it. A woman's family was all Knights of Pythias, and
Wow.
she has all these ancient books about the Knights of Pythias,
Mm.
and she's shipping me all these books because they were just going to get rid of them. And when she heard me talk about it, she said, "You might be interested." I don't know what they're going to include or what they're going to cover, but she's shipping all those books.
Wow, that's going to be fabulous. And like you're talking about, make divorce easy, birth control pills, 2 day after pills, abortion of tens of millions, more than 64 million at this point. And then of course they're injecting people with what they call vaccinations. Of course, these are destroying everything within people, making them sterile, like you're talking about here, disable them, result in death. It's insane. So people are not awake to this, and your book and these conversations that we're having is so it's just destroying the family completely.
Every step, every step. And I have pictures of people who've run up to us who are in their 60s and 70s, and their mother, being divorced, raised them and had several jobs, and they know they love their mother, but they always felt something was very wrong. And when they heard the interviews that I've been doing about they have an orphan's heart, so we're helping as many single mothers now as we can because they don't have a father to counsel them and assist them through answers in life, because it doesn't mean mom doesn't have good counseling. It just means there's something different about the lineage and the connection, because the lineage is direct from your father to the Father in heaven. And when I went through situations in my life, I made sure my dad knew that he was still responsible because he's my direct connect. And he was so honored. He said, "So you realize that?" I said, "It makes a huge difference." And so I discussed everything with him and reviewed everything with him. And I was just so honored that he lived to be 94, and I just had such an amazing life with him. But these kids are now they're 60s and 70s. They're running up, and I'm making sure they get a hug from my security, and then we take a picture. They did not have any idea that anything existed like an orphan's heart, but then we validated everything with them, and it changed everything for them. It was amazing to see the change. They still had the tears. We kept using cloth to get rid of the tears, but we still had tears in the pictures. It just so endearing to know that we can now come through all these things. Because we're here for each other. When people said, "Well, how can we change this world?" I said, one person at a time. Keep having a conversation. I had a high school friend just call me this week, and she has mentioned some of this before, but she said, "We didn't really get together until the last reunion, and I hadn't seen you in so many years because I was in California for so long, and this is Nebraska." And she said, "We had a conversation," and I thought, she's gone a little bit crazy. This woman is just a little bit crazy, but she said, "You're so deep," that I just found it intriguing. And so the more I kept talking with you, the more I stayed in touch with you. And then you shared some of your books with me. So then she got the rest of the books, and she said, "You gave me, as a lifetime Catholic, the opportunity to get a relationship with God. And now I'm sharing it with my children, my grandchildren, and I'm seeing changes in them. And I just am so grateful because I had no idea that there was anything like this. Because her parents were, everybody was Catholic, all sides of her family. You know, she had, remember, we used to have to marry whatever religion you were raised in. And
Right.
and so everything about her life was Catholic. And when she got that relationship, now she said, I can understand things. I'm not just questioning all the time. What do you think happened about this? And what does this mean? I know I have that relationship and I can get through these things. And she never knew before. So that was just one person. And now look at the whole family has changed. And I could give you a bunch of examples, but this one's real close to my heart because we went to school together. And so I just always thought other people knew because they went to church every Sunday. Look how much I've learned since then. So if I can share truth just with one person, I know it's going to make a difference.
Most definitely. So another thing, now this is one thing, this is one point that's very interesting. Dominate psychiatry, control human opinion. Now, President Trump wants to bring back, these. I guess they shut down a lot of the places where people would get psychiatric help, and they've been shut down, for many years, and he wants to bring them back. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, now that's separate.
Hmm.
They've been put on these mental cases. They've been put in this direction, purposeful, to not understand themselves at all. And so the difference in this, they wanted to dominate so that what happens when you're a witness on a case, they send you to be evaluated, and the
Right.
psychiatrist says that you're not truthful. That's what this psychiatry was set up for. And that's why they're using it to evaluate children, to get children in CPS, Child Protective Services, to speak against their parents and grandparents, or they're twisting them toward that direction, documenting it, and then pretty soon they can't go back to their family. That's what this was all about.
Ah,
Control human opinion so that it aligns with our thinking. Because they don't want us saying what the truth is in the public square, in the marketplace. They don't want us saying it. They don't want us influencing anybody. And that's what caused everybody to become part of the silent majority. We've been the majority the whole time, but we have not used our voice.
hmm. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that are being exposed. Uh, we're close to the point where I think it really starts to kick in even more. More
Mhm.
violence, unfortunately. Uh, what do you think happens when the violence becomes more extreme? So we just saw President Trump was going to go into Chicago. Chicago resisted, so he's now it sounds like he's not going to go into Chicago. But there is down in New Orleans, they're asking for his help. So he's talking about actually sending troops, National Guard into New Orleans. So are we going to see some of these, deep state cities and states like Chicago and Illinois basically not have the resources to overcome their criminal activities? So I guess the day after Trump said he's not going in Chicago, I saw a video where like a mob of criminals went into a mall and stole everything in the mall. It's kind of like there you go. You're not going to come in now. We're just going to steal everything from Chicago. We're just completely tear this city and this state down. What are your thoughts?
Well, he has said that I'm going to send them I'm going to send them to your cities. And so he has the right to do that because it is a
Sure.
federal status. And they don't understand because they've never operated, they've operated on their own system, so they haven't operated on the Constitution. In the Constitution, the protection is for us, the legal, we the people. And and that's what our National Guard has been for, is protection of us. They've even started deploying the National Guard just like they do the military.
Yeah.
And so putting them out in other nations fighting other issues. They've used a lot of our guys to be involved with the UN forces going into nations and doing things that our guys have tried to tell people about, and nobody seemed to want to understand. Well, what do you mean our people are fighting with the UN troops? And now we realize those helmets and those berets in the blue are in their lockers, and if they have to flip and switch that way here, that's what it is. And I think last time we shared the little Kissinger plan, and that was you think you don't want the UN forces, but when the situation becomes so extreme, that's what you're going to want. And I think all of this is by sharing all of this, and I'm so grateful for you, Jacob, because we've been able to get this truth out to the people, is that we, the people, have the opportunity to turn this around. We don't have to accept this as our reality, and we don't have to let this be passed on to the third and fourth generation. It's up to us to stop it. Why is the biggest UN force of protection on Mount Hermon, where the angels fell? Why is UN interested in that?
Mm.
And why are we paying for all of this if we paid for that building? People don't know this. Our Congress paid for that whole restoration, saying that they had problems with the asbestos. And so we paid for all of this. Trump tried to stop him. He said, get the UN off of our shores. Don't have these people coming in getting diplomatic privileges and pouches to bring in
Yeah.
whatever they want to bring in, because they
Right.
were bringing in ID documents made in Egypt. When I found the guy in San Diego, they tried him in the district court, and guess what? He was fined $1,500, and he makes 5,000 a packet. And
Oh
they fined him
my God.
$1,500, and they didn't even deport him.
Gee.
So, and that's back, guys. That's back a couple decades ago. So
Yeah.
everything we've been trying has not been working because we weren't working together. That's why this whole 45 points, when you break apart a family, you're not going to have unity anywhere in the country, because then everybody has different ideas. We couldn't even get together for Thanksgiving, and people were worried about only getting six people together. But then when we were talking about what we thought the truth was, nobody agreed with us. And so we found all of that out. And so that disunity, that divide and conquer, has been so successful for them. I mean, if you divide the people, I mean, they pretty much take care of themselves. You don't even have to fight them because they'll just take each other out. And that's what's been going on in America. And a dear friend just told me this week they came in from Africa to Dallas, Texas a few years ago. And the people said, well, what do you find the difference in Africa and Dallas, Texas? And this is a few years ago. She said, it's already been like this in Africa. You guys are about where Africa was 20 years ago, but you're headed in the same direction.
Wow.
How does that make us feel?
Mm. Oh, not good.
Because the fight is us. We're fighting each other. What happened to Charlie had nothing to do with the government. It's indoctrinating people to fight each other.
No kidding. Wow. So Sheila, people can find you with you have a couple books out. We've talked about that. We talked about it today. We showed some of it. An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. How to counter the 45 points used to destroy America and the world. Of course, we're going into how they're attacking our children to turn against us. And then, of course, a warrior's battlefield strategy devotional, countering the tactics of the enemy, fear, doubt, and unbelief. And of course, we also saw your YouTube channel, or not YouTube, but your X channel. And what was that again?
It's just at Sheila Home.
At Sheila Holmes. Okay, very good.
Yep.
Anything else? Any last words?
But when you quickly scrolled through and you saw that black woman with a Native American Indian headdress on,
Yeah.
that was a female Cherokee chief. And when I showed that all throughout Georgia, they were just shocked because Georgia was about 1/3 Cherokee, but other states were too.
Mhm.
North Carolina has Cherokee, North Carolina, and they have a museum of the Cherokee. But the tribes were everywhere. People wrote in after we talked about this. So I'm just briefly going to mention this. They said, well, the Native Americans weren't everywhere in America. They were on the East Coast. Well, no, that's not true. They were spread all across the country. They'd been here since 621 BC. Imagine how many families they had. I mean, it's just people don't understand how many years they were here. They were here when Christ came in when he came with some of the disciples, and they still talk about that because they transported here and spoke to them and met with them and shared things with them that they're still talking about. But that woman, that proves they weren't Redskins. And so many people in Georgia realize that their relatives look like this. And the children, oh, it's right below her picture. The children of the Native American Indians were removed from their families, required to attend the public
That's
schools,
right.
and they spoke against their families and separated them from their families. The same thing that's in these 45 points against our children.
Wow. Wow. That's how they destroy the American Indian families. Yeah. No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Unbelievable. Yep.
So,
They're up to it again. I mean, they're successful. They did it.
mm-hmm.
They did it in Canada. They're trying to do it in Canada again with the children. If even if a child says that, I'm having a bad day, I want to commit suicide, they're allowing that now in
Yeah.
Canada.
Oh, yeah, because it's the whole goal.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful film, and I think I mentioned it here, but it's called The Rabbit Fence. Have you ever seen that movie, The Rabbit Fence of the Aborigines?
No.
They built what they call a rabbit fence, and that was separating all of the Aborigine tribes from the people because they were the original people too. So they're probably part of the tribes of Israel. And so the Aborigine children, because they're all believers, the Aborigines are all believers. They have an intuition in them that is so deep. It's amazing being with them, and I was so grateful to be invited to be with them for a long time. But I had not seen this rabbit fence movie until I got back from Australia. And what happened is these two or three girls escaped, and they got all the way home. And then they came back and captured him again and took him back to that school again. And the two sisters out of those three walked all the way back again. I mean, it's a huge distance. They got all the way home again on their own instincts. Okay. And when they got home the second time, they decided to leave him at home. And that's the basis of this whole movie. And it's true. And you'll see how forceful they were. And that's how they were with the Native American Indian children who were not red skinned people. And that Kenneth Branagh, he was a famous actor and he's so mean in this. But these are the girls. And then they got back home two times. And the second time, they didn't force them to go back.
Uh,
So it's a powerful movie, and
that's
probably
on
available on
Amazon. So
demand. But
yeah.
I have it on DVD, but
Hmm.
it's a powerful movie. Says the same story they went through decades before our children were forced into public schools, and see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they're indoctrinating them. The root goes all the way back. They had to get the children thinking their way because they don't want to think like believers. They don't want more people like us around.
Hmm.
And it's everywhere in the world.
And I'm at an event here in Dallas, and I was talking to a gentleman and his wife, and they said they raised 7 children, and all of them are homeschooled. None of them vaccinated. It's all amazing. I listen to more and more people like that. I have several friends that are like that. 3 generations, all of them homeschooled, doctors, chiropractors. I mean, just high up. None of them vaccinated. It can be done, and it looks like we may have to start to move in that direction before we can clean it all up.
That you've hit on the main key. Indoctrination, the books created by Lucius Trust, their 100-year plan. We need to rip it apart and go forward with our 100-year plan for truth and peace in this country.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well, Sheila, always a pleasure and an honor to speak with you. You bring so much great information for America and obviously for the world, because the world wants to, push back right now, in England right now and Australia. Of course, we had that beautiful film. Looks like people hopefully will. I'm definitely going to watch that. Thanks for sharing that. But it is an indoctrination plan they've been doing for a long time. We have to learn what it is, and we have to push back. We have to stop it.
On the timing of you doing that interview on the Warriors Battlefield Strategy devotional, I can't even begin to tell you how many testimonies I've received
Oh,
because and they said, "Did you know he was doing this book? I mean, this book and the way he described it, and it's happening for me too. I've only been in it for a few days because so many of them ordered it immediately. I want to thank you because you're changing so many lives. I just
oh, that's good.
thank you for
Good.
what you're doing.
It's a great
We just
book.
picked one book and look what happened.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks so much, Sheila, and lots of love to you and all the people that are out there that are gonna, see this and hopefully, start to uh, look at your books and see the game plan for how we can save America. There is it was shared with you from a source, and we can learn a lot from it. I'm learning a lot from you, so I appreciate it.
And me from you. We're in this together.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and look forward to the next show.
Bless you.
Bless you too.
I'm fine. Obviously, we as a community have been hit pretty hard on this, and um, I mentioned to a few folks, and I said it in a little post that I put out there that this is for this generation. I believe what Robert Kennedy's assassination was when I was young. Not quite the same as when President Kennedy was assassinated. There was this sense of hope in this election season. There was uh, uh, everything was condensing around Robert Kennedy's candidacy and what was happening, and so it was just so unexpected, so unanticipated. The height of the excitement of winning the California primary, and then to have it dashed so suddenly, unexpectedly. And it was kind of a 1-2 thing. And of course, um, from a from a different level than just the physical and in the spiritual realm, the devil himself. They didn't get Trump, but they did get Charlie. It's a defining moment. It um, it only increases our resolve to complete the mission that we're on. That he did such a beautiful job um, starting with. There was nobody really in that environment hard with the youth when he entered and began his work with Turning Point. I was very early supporter of Charlie Kirk, and there was things that we disagreed with. In fact, I went out of my way on one particular thing with the early voting to make sure that he and others around him knew that we had grave concerns about that. But that didn't change my resolve to support him and the people around him, because that was just a minor thing in the overall picture. His rallying uh, people to a conversation about what life is like in America, what our religious life is as a people. Absolutely fantastic. And he's my hero. He's one of the great heroes that we all will remember as we move forward. And I think of like those great rockets that would take spacecraft up and even to the moon flights. In the early stages, breaking free of Earth's gravity is so hard. It's takes so much energy. These huge first stages of might be 80+% of the total weight of the rocket. And when they have run their course and break away, you are left with something. You're left with the momentum of all of their energy. Yes, it breaks away and falls back to Earth, but all of that energy is still with us. He brought us to this tremendous point where we could break away from Earth's gravity. All we have to do now is to just fire this next generation. They have to launch. They have to ignite and proceed forward with all of that energy that's stored in us, the kinetic energy moving thousands of miles an hour, free of the slowing down of Earth's oxygen, things like that, and go to new heights. And that's exactly what I believe we will do with the energy from his life. And, how many people think of every life in this audience, 32 years of age, to be able to accomplish so much in such a packed in time? Where were you at 32? Okay. Where were you? He burned hot and fast and accomplished a lot, and tremendous gift from God himself. And now it's up to us to help the next generation to ignite fire, take their part up with all that momentum. A very small amount of effort on our part with all that momentum, you can go to the stars. We're halfway to the stars right now.
Hey, Juan, several have texted me knowing that I work for you, and they said, with the supposed Russian drones that Russia says not theirs, and Article 4 being invoked by Poland, Ursula, State of the Union of the European Union, somebody in Trump orbit leaking his location at that restaurant last night, this happening to Charlie today, all around 9/11. Is there a symbolicness to all this?
Well, I think there's a desire to take the energy of a particular day to further villainize this moment of the year. The true birth date of Christ is regarded by many, and I agree with it, as 9/11, 3 BC. There's been very scholarly work. So why would that date be so valuable to the devil himself? Forget all the minions, okay? The devil himself is projecting through these people, puppeteering them. It's an important time of the year to turn our attention to something else and to win and own those moments. And, we are in a precarious fight situation. This is far from over. Trump winning the election was only a component of a much larger battle, and not just for America, but for the whole world. And so, today, for example, in the Congo, about 100 people have already lost their lives. Another 100 in addition to the 100 yesterday. Even though we're in supposedly a peace situation, there's still great drama going on. Great concerns next door in Uganda, where you have 2.5 million people and their food supply is about to be cut off. They're all refugees out of the Congo, half of them under the age of 18. Horrors, traumas, dramas that are less public are taking place. Even the deaths in the Ukraine. How many people died since Trump tried to get a ceasefire in place? Just a ceasefire, and we'll work out the rest of the details. Everybody hold a line. And that was not satisfactory to Zelensky and the people puppeteering him. Principalities and powers of darkness in high places, feeding the need, even the trauma in the hearts and minds of the people, to create fear. What this moment in part reminds me of is the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. And a lot of people thought we were getting ready to kind of wind it down and pull back, and everybody thought we pretty much won the day. And then out of nowhere, the Tet Offensive took place, and they were in the streets in Saigon, and it was a heck of a fight. And the older folks here in the audience will remember all of that. But in the midst of this huge fight, one of the commanders, his close friend, an aide, was killed by somebody essentially working undercover, a spy, and was assassinated. When the commander found out, they caught the guy who had killed his friend in the middle of the street. That very famous shot. You kill spies on sight. He had him stood up and put a bullet through his brains. And the reason I bring that up is because that was a defining moment in many ways of the whole Vietnam War. It was a pivot point because the devil and those monstrous agencies using mind control to move society, they need their trauma-based programming. And so an event like this, where it's so widely visible, part of the terrorism is to capture the minds with that moment that so defines everything that's taken place, like what happened in 9/11, that all of your thoughts from that point forward, all of your actions are somehow skewed, turned by that event. And it you know condenses your thoughts. It rallies your thoughts, and that's the way it'll be for this generation. I remember watching live as we saw the ruckus and the words, "He's been shot," with Robert Kennedy, and going from elation and excitement and thinking of the possibilities, having won California, to the absolute just shock. And I want to give the people in the audience, people across country, the moment to absorb and think about what just happened. There'll be all sorts of commentary and everything else, but maybe we don't get ahead of ourselves. I'm very thankful to have engaged with Charlie Kirk at different times, to have supported him. And it's actually a beautiful thing. I mean, it's like a piece of art in the life of our society for him to have influenced so many young minds and caused them to think again and to engage and to get into discussions. And that's what he was really doing. He's on the college campus. Over the last couple of days, there was at least 1,000, maybe many, many more, who had signed a petition to not allow him to speak at the college. And the college came out with the statement that no, we are going to allow for open discussion and dissent, but we're going to have the conversation. And somebody couldn't even have a conversation. And within that spirit, even the demons themselves, the devil himself, look at what happened in the House.
Yeah.
Where there was a move by a couple of the legislators to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and his passing. And the Democrats wouldn't have it and shouted it down and screamed the venom, the vehemence that they expressed over not even being able to acknowledge a young father, assassinated so publicly. See, that's part of it. Is the terrorism to hearts and minds and souls when something traumatic like this happens, and how it leaves an imprint on the rest of your life. The devil meant this for evil and bad, but all things work together for good to those who know and love Christ Jesus. Okay? He was a believer. And while he's passed, he's now in that stadium of witnesses. The momentum, the energy from his life is with us. He'll get to observe, and we'll get to talk about it in Streets of Glory in time to come, how all of the energy from his life was used constructively by those of us that remain, and this generation of young lives, I'm sure will repeatedly over the years and generations to come remember and recount how he influenced them to take a step forward, be part of public life, society, and shaping of society in beautiful, positive ways. And that's what I want to be thankful for, prayerful for today. And then, of course, young wife, young children, who will only see images and hear stories about their father, but will have very little actual memories to hold on to moving forward. And God's grace for them in everything that comes forward. And I know that we as a group, as a society, as the patriot movement, if you will not miss any chances to assist and support his wife and children and family as they go through this and move forward from this.
Amen. Amen. You said this thing to me. I'm sure you sent it to Matt too, but it says Charlie Kirk is now the Robert Kennedy of this generation. For we battle not principalities and powers of darkness in our high places. The intensity of his life and light are now burning more brightly than ever in the souls of the millions of young and old who have been touched by him in this world. The cleansing action of a million bright lamps burning in the souls of minds of those who are left behind to continue Charlie's work will relentlessly endeavor to eradicate every dark principality from all their roots and nests in the powerful and high places of our society and world. Let's thank our Father in heaven for every brilliant and beautiful moment Charlie Kirk was with us in this world. We'll meet him again, and we will all enjoy his company and infectious laugh soon enough when we walk together on the golden streets of our Savior's paradise. Godspeed, Charlie. You are my hero. Juan.
Yep.
Juan, that's I knowing you and seeing a lot behind the scenes, I know that is in Juan, as you know, and that's genuinely from Juan's heart. And folks wanted me to ask you, Juan, based on what we saw with, the missiles supposedly coming from Russia, but maybe from Ukraine, Article 4 invocation, Ursula, State of the European Union, the leaking of Trump's location last night, is that how do we people now want vengeance, not just justice? How do we as a movement temper that and not descend into a second French Revolution, but rather a second American Revolution?
In combat, in battle, seasoned warriors operate differently than those that have just arrived. And part of the mindset, the imprint in a seasoned warrior, and what they try to convey to the younger guys is that you have to be steady at the wheel. You have to be cognizant of the environment you're in. You can't, I hesitate to say it, but I think it's an important visual. In the movie Born on the 4th of July, you have a young soldier on the battlefield in Vietnam. It's based on a true story. And his friend's head got shot off by a sniper. And he was so enraged that he jumped up and just started spraying the tree line, fully automatic in his M16. And a moment later, the sniper shot him. And he was alive but paralyzed. It took other people to be able to come get him, take him out, get him out of danger's way, and take him home, take him to where he was healed up, and he was unfortunately in a wheelchair the rest of his life. Even he would tell you that the emotion of the moment, he threw away wisdom, clarity. He did something rash that in fact not only damaged the rest of his life, but endangered the people around him beyond just his friend. It was a horrible thing what happened to his friend. He is the one that allowed emotion to cause him to do something wrong. In combat, you can have horrible things happen. You still have to keep your wits about you. If you lose your sense of surroundings, your wits in the middle of the combat, you too can become a victim unnecessarily. There's a saying in the Marines, Matt, you know it, the only good Marine is a live Marine. You do things to stay in the fight, and you don't do stupid things at a critical moment. You have to work your way through, think your way through, keep your wits about you, because one foolish move, one unthought move, and you can be taken out or put others around you in great danger. You've got to work the problem. You hear test pilots when an aircraft that they're testing is going through some monstrous failure. The reason they get to become test pilots at all in the first place is because they can still keep working the problem, thinking their way through, gathering further information for the next guy in case they don't make it, and by keeping processing, working the problem, they have a better chance of making it. If they just throw their hands up and cry and scream, well, they're definitely not going to make it. So, and there's no guarantees here. Look, I've said there's a near-death experience ahead for America, and I believe that's still out there. In fact, when it was looking like we might get this situation in Ukraine with Russia, calmed down, now it's only doubling down, and the threats are getting greater and greater. I've said all along it's going to be like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Lavrov repeated my words. He's in the camp where we communicated with other people. Even today, I'll tell you that I know of communications out of Russia that were completely unexpected, with whistleblower information coming in related to our situation with Russia. It's a very sensitive situation. I was actually pretty shocked that this reaching out, I was one of the first people called because of some of my history. But the point is, we're in a perilous moment, and we need to prayerfully consider every next move, even our conversations with the people around us. If we sound like, Chicken Little and the sky is falling, it's the end, I think it does a disservice to such a great warrior as Charlie Kirk. Think of all the vitriol, the thousands of people that didn't want to let him speak at the university and other places he's been. He knows he's going into a contentious environment, and yet he's willing to have a conversation and answer questions. And
he wanted to especially speak to folks who did not agree with him. He said, if you disagree with me, come to the front.
Exactly. Okay. And that's what the devil and his crew cannot allow. They can't even allow the beginning of the discussion. I was just on the phone with Nino a few minutes ago, and he was asking what's going to happen next and how's this going to pivot and it's going to change the world and it's a defining thing and all of that. And what I had to say to him, I said, we're not going to be like the other guys. We're in a different moment here. This is the moment when A different emotion will come from us. It's a resolve. And from those that had listened to and heard Charlie Kirk during all of his ministry, all of his work, because it really was a ministry, he was for cooler heads, calmer thoughts, a conversation. Come, let us reason together. That's what he was doing. Come, let us reason together. If you disagree, let's talk it out. You see, the devil wants us to live in his hell, even here on this, in this world, in this earth. But what is hell? Hell is a place where reason doesn't exist. There is no reason. With the all who want to be saved, to be reconciled with God our Father in heaven, can be. The scripture says God desires that none should. No reason to find yourself in hell a few breaths after you leave this world. Yet, hell is a place where reason doesn't exist. There is no reason. Imagine all these people that think that they're having an important, sound conversation, in jail. People like Charlie Kirk should be shut up, even assassinated. Their voice should be stopped forever. That's unreasonable. And they think they're having an intelligent conversation. What the problem for them is when they reach hell and they're trying to reason their way through it, there will be no sanity. There will be no reason. There will be no clarity in hell. They will be in a place forever crying out to God, and God doesn't hear them. To, let me out. I did this. I was doing that. I didn't understand. Nobody's listening, because anything that comes back is unreasonable. That's the demons. That's the hellishness of hell. A place where there's no coherent thought. That's, when you're in constant pain, anybody that's been in horrible pain, it's hard to even think straight. And there is no reason, there is no sanity, there is no coherency, no logic in hell. This is an illogical action. It's a hellish action. It's a mark of the demons, the principalities that are trying to own this world, and we will fight them. The war with logic, soundness of mind, and by the hand of God, wisdom, clarity, purity, justice. Justice is coming. And in every situation across the world, that's how we'll win.
That's a lot, because we've got a lot going on right now. Looks like there's a lot going on with the cartels. There's a lot going on in Venezuela. There's a lot going on all over this world, and things have definitely ramped up just over the last little bit. Do you have any thoughts on that? What we should expect like that?
Well, one of the places that nobody's looking at right now, Ecuador has gone into the early stages of a civil war. It's become unglued. Brazil is in a very difficult moment, and I spoke to a lot of people in Brazil yesterday, and they cut me off the feed for the interview I was doing. There is still a desire by the devil and his minions to take South America into some kind of chaotic turmoil, and we pray against that, and we pray that there's a move of God's people, the church, in all those areas, and it's amazing, and it's coalescing even now. I think we rise up against the madness by prayer. Prayer changes things, and by aligning ourselves with the mind of God, truth, justice, and asking for divine intervention where the madmen would like to prevail. The one thing I think we'll probably find out about this shooter is going to be very similar to a number of these guerrilla type attacks that have occurred over the years, but probably will increase now. And that is the Aurora shooter, under the care of a psychiatrist that's arguably been in the employ of CIA. The Baltimore shooter, remember several years ago when he goes in with the shotgun and he has all sorts of inscriptions on the gun, and he says that he's being talked to in his brain by people harassing him out of the government. Well, direct to brain communications with various devices is a very real thing. It's not sci-fi. It's been around for quite a long time. And we have other people who have acted similarly, and there appears to be mind control, manipulation that's taken place with them to do what they've done. And in fact, I was in a conversation just recently with somebody who had a direct relationship with somebody who was going through a transgender thing, and they said that they kept getting talked to in their mind, and they had a particular background that was military, and the conclusion of the counselor was that in fact somebody was working this person who was not vulnerable but was weakened over time with an injury and had drugs and hospitalization, and they broke him, and some type of mind control operation that they were a victim of. It may be more prevalent than makes sense to us or we understand, but I think there's a much more active, expansive operation to drill holes in our society through various types of mind control, both of individuals and then us as a society. This event, done this way, even if you only ascribe it to the devil himself, is part of a broader theme to bring mind control to the masses, how we see the world, how we engage with the world around us, the people around us, our levels of trust. Even as influencers, you know, Matt, I had a beautiful series of meetings over the weekend and last week with folks out in Washington, D.C., and we had a pretty nice conclave there with a couple dozen folks. And one of the people who everybody in this audience is probably very familiar with, he and I had a chance to spend quite a bit of time privately working on some projects that we needed to review together. And at one point, the conversation had gone to vulnerability in public situations. And he said, you know, I've been pretty bold and didn't really care, but my wife's gotten more concerned just recently, and we've decided to cut back on that. We just think that's something God's kind of imprinted on us for the moment, that we're going to throttle back a little bit. And I would have to say that I got similar kinds of input from a number of people around me, and you know that, Matt, even over the last few weeks, because of exactly what just happened here today. The idea
Juan,
would,
if I could, what did I share with you? You know the other dreams I've shared, and I've had literally 4 of those in my life that seem real. And the last one I had, the one before that dealt with you, which was weird because it was only things that you would know that I had no clue about. And the second one I had was I was being picked up by some dark force. It was in some hotel room, shoved against a mirror. And this thing was raging because it wanted you, and it was trying to find you through me, and it threw me back. And I called you the next day and let you know something evil was looking for you.
well, and take part. The only thing I would add to that, Matt, and to everyone out here, it's just like what Trump says. They're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. Really, everyone here in this audience, you've all been holding a particular standard. You're all in this fight. Some may stand out more glaringly at different times, but we're all under attack. And then the people around us, the loved ones around us, if we're a husband, head of a household, a single mom with kids, you're heading the household if you get down to it, an older brother to siblings. You're a guard against a lot of evil demonology aimed at your family, yourself. And if they can get through you, they can get to the more vulnerable ones beyond you with imagery. Maybe you don't want them doing the video game that's, rape, murder, getting the shirt that, encourages certain, horrors with the imagery, etc. I would use this, on a traumatic day like this, think of the family members, other places walking through the store. How would they be affected seeing some? Do you want to be part of that? Part of what we do to overcome evil is to bring out beauty, to bring light, to celebrate purity and beautiful colors, not the darkness that would encompass this world. And so something like that should resolve in all of our minds that we will not be purveyors of dark imagery, dark thoughts, dark ideas, but we'll seek to plant beauty and to see it grow and bloom and
Probably got a phone call.
Yeah, sure.
sorry.
Earth the one. I'm sure he did. He's getting a lot.
We can hear you, Juan.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had an incoming call. I had to send it to outer space, so
No problem.
apologize. But I would hope that that's what people would focus on today. Instead of focusing on retribution, revenge, God's justice is on its way. We will see justice served, and it won't just be in our lifetime, it'll be in near time. And a process of doing that, we're not doing lynchings. We're seeing justice. They'll get their day in court. They'll get to be heard, even at the great white throne judgment before God. Your whole life is shown before you. And, you get a chance to make an account of yourself. But then the judgment. I believe Charlie is a believer, operated with that in mind, knowing there was a and operating accordingly and enjoying a blessing that allowed him the latitude and the opportunity to be a tool of God, live his dream, help others. And, maybe now we know why it was so important for him to be able to operate so intensely. Those of us remaining, I think we'll all work with a greater resolve, understanding the reality of the threats, but we're not stopping. We will power forward, and our ranks won't get smaller, they'll get larger. That's where this is going.
Amen. What are your thoughts on this new deal with Tucker Carlson coming out about, I don't know if it's a 3 or 5 point series or something that is talking about 9/11. Have you dove into that?
Well, that's a really, really, really important thing. Kurt Weldon did an interview with Tucker several months back, and Kurt Weldon was a 20-year congressman who got an October surprise 3 weeks to the election. People in the FBI tied into the Bush administration and later the Obama administration. They did a little sneak surprise, arrested or went to his daughter's house and literally took very famously with the media there, as though it was coming for Congressman Weldon, who, by the way, had been to Russia at Putin's personal request as a guest of Putin, and then was shown their nuclear stockpile. And then the generals told him that they were missing not 10, not 20, not 100, 200 of what they describe as demolition nuclear devices. That's their terminology for a small tactical nuke, what we might commonly refer to as a suitcase nuke. That in going through their inventory after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they were unable to locate 200 of these small tactical demolition nukes, and that it was their conclusion that during the Gorbachev administration, during the Cold War under Reagan, that those nukes had been conveyed to Iran, to the mullahs. They would have been timing out on their ability to be used on the triggers because there's certain maintenance that has to be done in order to keep them functional. But it would give you fissile material, and if you could, reconstruct, upgrade those triggers, then they would be usable. So Kurt Weldon, tried to convey that back here domestically. Well, there wasn't anybody that wanted to hear that. And then they took him out because he was in position. This is after 9/11, in the election coming up to 2008, which Obama won. In that election period, just 3 weeks to go, he was the clear winner. His colleagues in Congress and a number of people decided that they were going to vote for him as the
Chairman of the House Armed Services
chairman
Committee.
of the House Oversight, Armed Services Committee, which is a very, 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 very powerful position, probably arguably the most powerful position in Congress. And the threat of him getting into that position was monstrous because he would then be able to have subpoena power. He could force depositions. Looking into 9/11, why would that be a big deal to him? Because he was a fire chief before he became a congressman. And all the information, all the stories about 9/11 and what actually happened on that day just don't pass scrutiny at any level, especially Building 7, for example. And so Congressman Weldon was going to have those hearings come hell or high water. Well, that was a bridge too far for certain people. They had to do whatever they had available to them to take him out, and they did with this raid on his daughter's house, just trying to destroy his reputation, etc. It was all baseless. In fact, after he lost his election, they brought everything back to the daughter's house. Not one box that had been taken into custody was ever opened. There was never any charges. It did what they wanted it to do, keep him from getting into office. And then as a result of all that, he's been in the background fighting to get to 9/11 truth, 9/11 justice. And his big right now, this moment, is that, and I totally 1000% agree with him, we need a presidential commission to look at 9/11. No other authority has the reach to go in and look at the military-grade weapons that were used in that event and preparations. Additionally, 9/11 isn't just enough. We need the Presidential Commission to also have authority to look at Maui, with the Lahaina fires, the Paradise and Palisades fires in California, and about 100 other incidents that have occurred around the globe that are clearly energy weapons, military grade. No civilian FBI or anything like that, or even congressional committee will have the authority to go in and look at where our weapons are at, who had authority to have access to them or even use them, on what basis. And by the way, there's no question this isn't Russia and it's not China. So we're going to have to, at some point, get to the bottom of what's been going on with these military energy, directed energy weapons. And only President Trump, Commander-in-Chief Trump, will have ultimately the authority needed to go into those dark places and get to the truth of it. And let me add this. I believe we're going to, before it's all over with, have to once again do what was done, now 50 years ago, almost, with the church committee hearings. We're going to have to go in and find out what's going on at these three-letter agencies, because the mind control weapons and other things that are still being used by three-letter agencies against American citizens and around the world, that has got to be addressed. And it would not surprise me in the slightest to find a connection once again with whoever did this with Charlie Kirk to some broader mind control operation. The Aurora shootings, the Baltimore shipyard stuff, and many other incidents around the country that have occurred, including, by the way, even the October 1 Vegas shooting. That is not in any way, shape, or form what was conveyed to the public. It's something else far more sinister, and three-letter agencies have their fingers all over that. And,
I know of late Juan Roger Stone, who is working with some of our colleagues to help reveal high-level bipartisan fraud in the Silver State. He's of late going after Lombardo and telling Cash, hey, maybe you should look at Lombardo. Ask him to ask questions, answer questions about 1 October.
Well, there is in the western states of political criminality that I believe will not survive the scrutiny that's already on its way. And we should not be surprised. But there is a theme of justice is coming, and that's why we're in these rarefied moments. The devil and his minions, the powers behind the throne, the puppeteers that remain behind in the shadows, and the shadow government itself, SES. Their day is coming, because their actions will be brought to light, and their coordination in all these things. And it is a fight, it is a battle, it is. If you don't think it's scary, then you're not really understanding the magnitude of the monsters that we're fighting with. And, as I was mentioning a moment ago, this person who I got to spend some private time with, I don't think any of us, including Charlie Kirk, or are unaware of the fragility of the moments that we're in, or our own well-being, but for the hand of God, just like with President Trump. And so my prayer is that every demon be bound, that those dark forces be brought into the light, and that God's will be done for America and its people, its patriots.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, and I know you guys are excited about this one. Dr. Kirk's back with us. We're going to be talking about silver. Silver's on a tear, like we've been talking about for years. We were jumping up and down back when it was 17. You better be buying. It took another dive when the stock market dove, and we're like, it's time to buy again. Better get it. This last time you're going to see these numbers, and here we are. It's taken off. What do you see going forward?
Well, there's a reason for everything in life, right? And there's the reason why gold and silver are going up, but really, especially silver. Mm-hmm. So when you look at what Jerome Powell did at Jackson Hole, which was a couple weeks ago, right? But as you dissect his kind of Last Supper speech, I guess you would call it. I mean, it's literally, he's gone.
That's very good. Very good.
Yeah, he is going to be gone. This was his last speech at the Jackson Hole Federal Reserve Board of Governors, Central Bankers confab, right? So Trump and him have been at it for since Trump took office, pretty much, right? So, and what is he saying? Powell is slow, he's stupid, he doesn't care about America, he's hurting people because people can't afford to buy homes. And Powell says, no, you've got these tariffs and it's bringing inflation. I can't lower interest rates. And Trump says, you've got to lower interest rates. It'll create jobs and that'll stimulate the economy. And so that's the battle, right? So at this speech, he went dovish, meaning that's very pro lowering interest rates to stimulate the economy. That's what that word will mean. So here's his speech, and I'm going to interpret it into layman's terms. He says, all right, everybody, we've got a dual mandate with the Fed. First one is to control inflation. The second one is to get full employment, right? So that's their dual mandate. Nothing wrong with that statement. So since Trump has been in office, what's been the focus on? The first mandate, controlling inflation, right? Because he says, well, we've got all these tariffs that are causing prices to go up. I'd argue that. We've got all this stimulus money that's causing, inflationary prices. It's like, okay, Jerome Powell, that's your fault. It's like, you're the one that prints the stinking money, right? So they've kept interest rates high, and this has hurt American consumers. Everybody who wants to buy a house, everybody who has debt, it's really hurting them, right? So that's going to put a damper on the economy, which I believe that's political. I believe Powell is not stupid. He's doing this to actually hurt Trump, right? So now, what's the other mandate? Full employment. So he says, we have these two mandates, either control inflation or get to full employment. We're going dovish, and we are going to actually focus now on creating full employment. Well, how do you create full employment? You lower interest rates, right? So when you lower interest rates, that reduces the cost of borrowing. People spend more. When people spend more, corporate America, mom and pop businesses become more profitable. People are buying their stuff. They have to hire more people. Now there's more money going into the system. This is exactly what Trump has been wanting. So Powell did a 180. It's like, all right, we're not going to focus on inflation anymore. We're going to focus on the full employment side, which is exactly what Trump wanted. Now, what do we think is going to happen to interest rates come September 17th? That's just a couple weeks away, when the Fed is going to announce if they're going to raise or lower. I think they're going to lower. I'm like, in a world where there's no guarantees, this is as close to a guarantee as I can get, right? I think if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I don't even like Vegas, but if I were a betting man, it's got very low energy city, right? So if
that's why we invest in silver.
Yes, exactly right.
No.
Exactly right. I would say there's an 80% chance us getting a 25 basis point reduction. Maybe a 30% chance we get a 50 basis point, which is a 0.5% reduction. But at minimum,
that's what should happen. But we've called this in the past. You and I had nailed, and everybody else was like, no, well, on the fence. We're like, no, he's going to cut, and he cut. Yeah, he'll cut 25, but he should be doing 50. And so we're going to see 25, 25, 25, I believe.
Exactly. If he doesn't do 50, which is what he needs to do, we probably get 3 in a row of 25, 25, 25. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Right. So now, why would I say, what is some of the rationale that he's going to do a rate cut? Right. So Secretary Bessent came out with he was in a speech, or gave a speech earlier this week, where he said, by this fall, we will have a national housing emergency that we need to deal with. Housing emergency. So why? Well, if you think about it, we've had these interest rates that have been high for too long because of Powell. You've got housing prices that are literally going through the ceiling, some of the highest housing prices we've ever had in the midst of a sluggish economy. Nobody can afford them. You know, in some recent research, for a new home buyer who's buying their first home, it's twice as much on your mortgage payment than it is for rent of an equivalent sized place. Twice. So why would somebody buy if they could rent for half the price and they can't afford it anyway? Then you have to have like spectacular credit to even get a loan right now, because there's a liquidity trap. What's a liquidity trap? This is when the Fed prints money, injects it into the banking system. And what should the bankers do? Lend it out to stimulate the economy. That's the purpose of printing the money, putting it into the banking system. A liquidity trap says, we're getting the money, we're creating inflation by printing all of it, but we as banks, we don't think that we're going to get our money back. There's probably going to be delinquencies and defaults, and so therefore we're just not going to lend it out. Okay, that's a liquidity trap, where you're creating inflation and not stimulating the economy at the same time. That's like stagnation, right? So that's what we've got. Now, what's one of the other big forces that we're looking at? This is a societal thing that's been eroding for decades. So I saw this chart and was doing some research on housing. And if you go back to 1950, and you do some studies on the number of 30-year-olds that are married that own a home. Okay, so in their 30s, married, own a home. 52% of all those kids, I'm calling them kids because I've got a gray beard, of people in their 30s that were married, owned a home. Fast forward to today, 2025. Same range. 30-year-olds that are married, how many of them own a home today? Less than 10%. So why? Because they can't afford them. Wages haven't kept up with inflation. This is what Trump is trying to bring around. This is why he's got this attack against Powell, right? And it's like, Powell, you've got to lower interest rates to make things more affordable. It's the only way that the economy is going to be stimulated. Finally, Powell is capitulating, right? And so what's this going to do? Precious metals prices are going to go through the roof. Like in what we talked about before with the democratization of alternative assets and 401ks, that comes in February. Automatic demand for gold and silver and crypto in 401ks, which is a $12 trillion marketplace. Like, oh my word, that's incredible, right? That might be the biggest thing to gold and silver and crypto ever, is that bill, that executive order that was.
I think we're going to see everything goosed. I think stock market's going to take off because it's crack money. It's going to be very low interest money, and money's going to flood into the system again. And people are going to use that to buy more stock, and stock market's going to go up. Crypto's going to go up. Silver and gold will go up as well. At some point, because of the housing, like you're talking about, I remember back in the 80s, the time frame you're talking about, when it was 31 was the average age. I bought a home, a condo. I was 27 at the time, and now the average age is 56.
Oh wow!
For people buying a home, it's insane. That's why those numbers you said, 10% for people are there. Everyone in the SEAL teams had homes when I was in the SEAL teams. Everybody had homes or condos. But not so much now. Yeah, it's
not.
So it's got to come down. It's got to come down. At some point, it will crash. And we've already talked about what's going to happen with silver and gold. They're going to go to extreme levels.
The extreme. Now, you start to add up all of the different factors that cause gold and silver to go up, right? Low supply, high demand, black swan events, inflationary pressures, tariffs. Like the tariffs on copper and aluminum, that's going to really impact the price of silver. You've got, no matter how you look at it, whether it's a flight for safety that causes demand to increase because foundations around us are eroding and people want something that's real and tangible, or because of simply the inflationary pressures, or because of normal business cycle activity. When you lower interest rates, the economy is going to grow. When the economy grows, the industrial demand for silver, which is 90% of it's going to go up. Now, here's something that happened this week that's really big that pretty much nobody's going to talk about because they're going to view it as small potatoes, but it's not. To me, it's a monumental shift in psychology of investors, but not regular investors, like sovereign wealth funds. So Saudi Arabia has like the largest sovereign wealth fund on the planet, right? So what did they do? They decided we're going to start investing into silver. And they bought, okay, so the number is going to seem insignificant. They bought $30 million worth of silver. Saying, okay, that's small potatoes, right? However, it is in the grand scheme of things. But the bigger picture is first time a government or a sovereign wealth fund has said, we're investing heavily into silver because normally countries only do gold to back their currency. Their central banks only do gold, right? So what's going to happen next? Other sovereign wealth funds, other countries are going to start investing in silver. Why would they do that? So the economists at the sovereign wealth fund for Saudi are very smart. I mean, they're not stupid people, right? They're brilliant. They're saying, well, good grief, low supply, high demand, silver's already up well over 40% year to date. Let's start throwing money into this thing, right? And they're seeing it as a critical metal, right, that's needed for military industrial complex and solar and nuclear power and everything else. And they see that it's in low supply, so they're allocating into it. Now, the demand for silver is 90% manufacturing, 10% investors like you and me. And we've seen these massive increases. What was not in that equation? Sovereign wealth funds and governments, right? Now that they're going to enter into the fold, guarantee you, they're going to be way bigger than the individual investor. It's going to diminish supply even more. And Michael, I'm not a chartist, you know that. You're more of a chartist than I am. I look more at the fundamentals, right? But when you look at what silver has done, there's been some major resistance points, throughout this bull market starting at 17. 40, which is what we just went past, wasn't a technical resistance point. It's more of a psychological one because it's a nice round number. Like when everyone's like, oh, we need silver to go above 20 and above 30 and then above 40, right? So not much of a technical thing there. The technical came at like 35. Next one, there's one at 42, a little bit dinky one, and then 48's the big one. So we have very little resistance now that we've gone past that last psychological barrier of 40. And I think we get to 48 really quickly. Like probably like within a couple of weeks, kind of quickly would be my guess. And then you'll probably hit big resistance, right? I think now if it blows through it, it goes sky high because it blew through it. But you're probably going to bounce around at the 48 level for a while as it consolidates, builds a new base. But then you know what? There's no more resistance points like ever. Because we've never been higher than that before. There is no technical pattern above 48. So we're on the verge of really, like, if you look at the cup and handle formations, right, that you can find on X and you've looked at them, we're on the verge of going into the handle, which is like parabolic type growth. And that's exactly what we've been talking about for years on this program, Michael. And this is where we're now headed. And it really excites me.
So I'm sharing it on the screen right now. It's the giant cup and handle. We're right now at the point where it was back in the 80s. 1980, I think it was. So we're just above that. So we've broken above that resistance point, like you're talking. And you said it, you called it was around 4150. So we're just playing with that area right now. And this is normally what silver does. It spikes, it goes sideways, builds a base, and it spikes. And that's what we've been seeing all year, except for that one little, stock market plunge in April. Silver, everything got sold. And silver came back with a vengeance after that because it was way oversold. And now we're seeing these new highs. So if you add the normal technical from 350, which is the low of the cup, to the high at 50, it's like 14.28 is what you're going to come up with. And then you take that number, and from the breakout point, which I'm going to say it's probably going to break around 50. That's the breakout point for me, but some people are saying it's already done that. But regardless, if you take that number and add it to that 50 or 40, you're looking at $600 or $700 silver. So this is one of the greatest cup and handles in history that we're looking at right here. Nothing like this has ever happened in anything. So yeah, it's going to be monumental going forward.
When was the bottom end of the cup? What year? Because this is like a 50-year formation plus that we're seeing.
Right. I think that takes us all the way back. Let me look at that. Looks like 92, around 92 time frame.
92. So 92, 02, 12, 22. Yeah, it's like over a 30-year chart that's taken to build that formation. Literally, this is almost like a once-in-a-generation opportunity.
Totally. Multi-generation, because you can look back through everything, and even back, some people are saying throughout all of history, there's never been anything like this. So it's like the Gordian knot. So the Gordian knot,
who has a Gordian knot laying around?
It just happened to be here. A Gordian knot. Yeah.
No, I got one in my back pocket here.
It's like if you can figure out how to untie the Gordian knot, you'll be the ruler of all of Asia. And so he tried to untie it. So he took a sword out and chopped it. And it's like, okay, it's untied. So from that, it was called a bold, decisive, or unconventional action. And that's what I believe silver investors are.
Sorry, it's like talking about a Gordian knot. No, by the way, I happen to have one right here.
Random, right?
No, but you're right. Like when you look at some of these things that seem like, are these things even possible? We've never seen this in our lifetime, right? Because it takes forever for those formations to establish themselves. And we happen to be alive when you've got, and look, we don't have geopolitical conflict because the cup and handle pattern, right? We've got the cup and handle pattern because of human psychology and how history kind of repeats itself, and things get overbought, things get oversold. You've got wars and rumors of wars. You've got agricultural patterns. You've got monetary system failures. I mean, this is what causes that. And so charts don't cause things to happen. Things cause charts to happen, right? And we're at this point where we have to ask ourselves, do we see, honestly, Russia and Ukraine conflict ending tomorrow? Doubt it. What about China, Taiwan? Doubt it. What about the BRICS nations? Are they just going to go to sleep and pretend like they never really wanted to control the world? No, not going to happen either. What about the centuries or millennia long fight between Arab and in Israel, right? Those Arab nations in Israel. Well, that's not going to go away anytime soon. What about bankers and like lustful greed for money, right? And usury. And I mean, this goes back all the way to when the Rothschilds developed banking way back in the day. It's like these things aren't going to change. Now, Trump can bring America back to prominence, but the big global picture, that's not going to change. We get to take advantage of the global debt scenario, the inflationary spiral globally, and hopefully Trump brings America back to the top of the heap, makes us the pick of the litter again, right? And so, but everything that we're seeing is inflationary globally, geopolitical conflict globally, a debt spiral globally, systemic banking failures globally as they're undercapitalized. Take advantage of those trends because none of those we can change on our own.
Yeah, that's true. And we're looking at the price of gold and silver right now. When I remember, you might remember in Burl Ives, he used to, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, he's like silver and gold, silver and gold. So I sing that to my people almost every day. So it's great because right now we're seeing gold up, tremendous amounts. It's 43,647 on the COMEX right now. Silver is 41.49. It's kind of floating. It broke above 42. It's kind of doing that sideways thing. It's building a base till it takes off again, like it normally does. But it's not taking long these days, especially now that the dollar's collapsing. So the Fed, everybody knows the Fed's going to cut, and that's going to cut the dollar. It's going to cut the value of the dollar, and that's going to send silver and gold even higher. They're already responding to that. So 3 rate cuts, as we're talking about, that's really going to bring the dollar down quite a bit, and silver and gold will go higher.
Yeah,
and eventually it will go much higher because the stock market eventually is going to crash. We'll probably see a little bit of a pullback with silver and gold, and then it'll take off, and it's going to just go to the moon, just like it's always done in the past, like we saw in 1980, like we saw in 1929, like we saw in 2000. All the stock market crashes, there's a little bit of a pullback because it's a sell everything, and then it takes off. So if you're buying now, you're probably going to see double what it is right now before this is over, maybe even more. Might see triple digits before the stock market loses steam. So it's going to be amazing going forward with the prices.
Absolutely, 100%.
And so you definitely want to be with Dr. Kirk Elliott. We talk about this all the time, and I know a lot of you guys are getting off the fence now because it's like FOMO. Every time silver takes off, you should have been in already, but it's okay because you're still going to make a lot of money long term in silver. KEPM.com, and you can go in and give them a call. Go in and go into the contact information. Hit the contact information. The phone number is 720-605-3900. And you're going to get a free consultation. You don't get that with anything else. So it's definitely a great deal. I know many of you guys have taken advantage of that and have done really, really well. What is the most that people are doing right now? Are they just coming in and buying and put it in the in storage, or how are they buying right now?
They're buying any way humanly possible. I mean, it's literally. I mean, the busiest I've ever seen it in this industry since 2002 was a few years ago. Silicon Valley Bank failure.
Yep.
People thought they were going to run out of money. They thought there was going to be banking failures all over, and literally 5 of them. It changed banking and changed people's perception of what's safe and what's not. That was the busiest I've ever seen this industry ever. Now what we're seeing is a close second. I mean, we're not quite as busy as that, when I look at call volume, but we're getting close. And I have a feeling the worse these things become, this will surpass that. Because what we have now that we didn't have then is ultra low supply. LBMA basically running out of silver. COMEX not having enough to fulfill the request for physical deliveries. I mean, we're embarking on something that we didn't have during Silicon Valley Bank days. This is going to be, I can just feel it. I can feel it in my soul. This is going to be a big move.
Yeah, I've like we talk about almost every show. I was a little boy and I was investing in silver. So I've got well over 50 years of experience watching and handling silver, and I've never seen anything like it. I profited massively on the last one, and I kicked myself in the butt because I was getting intuitively buy more silver, buy more silver. I'm like, I got time. And then it went, woo, it took off, kind of like what it's starting to do now. So, we've been trying to get everybody off the fence and get the silver. This is, I think, one of the last times you're going to see silver at this point. Even here, it's going to be, double, triple what it is right now. And like I said, it could be 10x from where it's at right now, very easily, and maybe even 20. So we're going to see some significant numbers going forward.
Significant. Take advantage now. I'd rather be a few months early than a day late.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we've been saying it for a while, but it's still time. Still time. Yeah. All right. Dr. Kirk Elliott, thanks so much. Always a pleasure and an honor to have you on. You're so knowledgeable. People have been saying you're like gold. you're King Midas. You're got the golden touch. So of course, silver is the golden touch until we get to a point where we've talked about where you're going to start to convert your silver, which you're going to have a lot more ability to buy even more gold. If you were buy gold now, you wouldn't have the same ability of buying the numbers of gold if you bought silver right now, because silver takes off faster. We start the dollar cost average over into gold, and then eventually gold takes off and surpasses even the silver run. So great strategy.
Yep.
You can buy all the homes that you want because home prices are going to be.
they'll tank.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Next time.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So unleashing those secrets, right? 3-letter agencies trying to start another race war. Looks like it. We've seen this before in the past with the Tate Manson murders, Helter Skelter. Charles Manson just recently stabbed to death, I believe, in prison. Interesting. So his ties to a 3-letter agency has been basically shut down. So and then we have, of course, George Floyd, another race war attempt. So they continue to try to start these race wars. The latest one is on a subway in North Carolina. So this one Ukrainian supermodel that left Ukraine, CIA, basically to escape war-torn Ukraine, enters a subway and sits right in front of a man that is going to stab her to death. All right. So, and then as she sits down, you see her look right up at the video that's going to watch this happen. All right. Now, or was this, I believe it's another false flag. This looked like it. Looks pretty bloody. This guy, I guess, had been released by DEAs and judges 14 times. He's a psycho, and they kept releasing him. So looks like they got their little Manchurian candidate all set up and put him on the train. This will be your target. He doesn't know her. She thinks that she's going in for a screenplay for a movie act, probably, right? Just like the Tate Manson murders. So we'll look at this. It's another, I believe, attempt to start a race war. These attempts will keep on going until they get what they want, or until these criminals are basically identified and stopped, right? That promote these and continue to try to do these things, set them up, and so forth. Coming from Laurel Canyon, we'll talk about that. CIA activity in Laurel Canyon, California, quite extensive. The latest, the BLM, head of the Black Lives Matter, that came out during the George Floyd attempt to start a race war. The BLM, Black Lives Matter head, got a home, multi-million-dollar home in Laurel Canyon. I wonder who paid for that, right? So we know who paid for that. I brought it up. Who paid for that? It's CIA. Right. So it's being exposed. We're exposed as fast as we can. They try and shut us down as much as they can, but we keep exposing them. So let's jump in and talk about a little bit of this. I'm going to show you guys lots of different video and pictures, and how this is basically, obviously, another one of those attempts for a race war. And you just look at the patterning and you're like, okay, here we go. Once again, they're going to try and start this race war. All right. So here's a picture. Tommy Robinson. All right. So Tommy Robinson, pushing back on the UK government. So he's coming to America to point stuff out now. So I think this is very interesting. All right. So as you see right there, she's looking right up at the camera as the guy behind her killer, is getting ready to do them. So here she is, Ukrainian supermodel, right? Just randomly gets onto a subway train in North Carolina. And North Carolina is basically going to the Democrats, the deep state. So you see her right here, looks like she's, very underdressed for a supermodel. So trying to be low key there. But yeah, that's very interesting how she just looks right at that camera. Okay, this is where I was told to sit. Make sure you look up and see the camera, you're in the right position. So she's doing that. She probably was told there will be a man in a red top that's going to be sitting in a seat, sit right in front of him. And then we'll roll the movie scene and you're going to be famous. You're going to be famous. And she's like, oh, thank you. And so there we go. So Irina Zaruska, a Ukrainian refugee, flees to the USA. Good job, Tommy. You just know, how do you know this stuff? Because it wasn't reported in any news articles anywhere. All right. And still hasn't been. Boards her train in Charlotte, Deep State Central now, North Carolina, sits down and is killed from behind by DeCarlos Brown Jr. for no apparent reason. WTF is going on here? All right, so let's play this little clip. All right, so yeah, what's going on with this Zapides pizzeria? She's promoting that. So we know the thing about pizzas, that's tied to pedophilia, right? And so we're going to talk about the Tate Manson murders. All right, so the guy that's I should jump ahead. So anyway, killed, stabs her, I guess, 2 or 3 times in the neck. All right, so right here, he's taking out his pocket knife. She just does not know anything that's going on. She's focused on her phone there. Now, here he goes. They're not going to actually, it's almost like she is preparing for that. See how she's how her arm is held there. It's like she knows he's going to do that because she was told that he's going to do that, but she doesn't realize perhaps it's really going to happen. Now, did it really happen, or was it staged blood, or who knows, guys? The report is that the people tried to save her. Of course, as she's stabbed in the carotid, right there, there's no way, unless you go in and pinch the carotid off, that she's not going to bleed out. So if it did happen, there's no way that she's going to survive it. All right, so they blanked that part out, but here you see he's dripping blood. or something. All right, and they walk around, he's leaving bloody footprints. So there he is, dripping blood. Now, supposedly he walks by and he says something about, I hit it 2 times or something. I saw, you can't hear it here, but apparently in another one, people are saying that he said a couple times, or I hit her, like I stabbed her 2 times or something, right? So these people don't know what's going on. Obviously, they're either not part of the play, or they are part of the play and they're playing their parts. Who knows? Central casting. Looks like there's probably complete central casting going on with this, I believe. So that guy looks down. He notices the blood right there, and he looks at that guy, but no one does anything. So you would think that all of these people, if he stabbed her, then the people that were sitting back there, so you're looking, she gets on and sits down. It's not showing it here, but there's all kinds of people around back. There's a couple of people back here, right? So there's a person back there. There's some people on the other side sitting. So if this were real, people would be screaming. And everybody on that subway would know. But yet he just walks, casually down amongst the people that are standing on the subway. So a vicious murder just happened on the subway, and no one seems to notice. And they said that people tried to, help her, but she couldn't be helped. So, they would be screaming and yelling, but he just walks down the subway like la-di-da, all blood dripping everywhere. No one seems to care or notice, or if they do, they're not going to say anything. So it's central casting everybody on the subway car. So it looks like what he does here, he takes off his pullover, his hoodie, and I don't know, maybe it's blood stained in the front, but I didn't see it, and maybe the color of it. So, and then it probably wraps the knife up in it, and then, I don't know, walks off the train, and then they get him later, evidently, because that's part of what they told him. So you're gonna play that everybody's just gonna do this, and you're not going to be impeded, and then you just walk off the train, and we're going to come get you. And all right, so that's that. And so evidently that brutal murder is not getting any publicity yet, right? Is it we, the people, have to really get involved here? That's what I thought initially. So I've learned to really look at these types of things that are strange anomalies and go, something's not right here. Let's look closer. And that's what I've done. So this is a false flag. This is a bullshit deal. Now, maybe, they're going to come out. It's like, well, our daughter was really killed. And here's her body in a casket that's too small for her, like George Floyd, right? So I don't know. So let's look at all of the stuff that there's a lot of people out there. Some of them just are sharing the information on X. X seems to be the only place where it's happening, as Elon will tell you. Elon Musk, whose net worth in 2012 was like 2.5 billion or something like that. And today his net worth is over 400 billion. And same thing with Zuckerberg. His net wealth was like he was just a little billionaire in 2012, and now he's 200 billion something. And same thing with Jeff Bezos. So a lot of these people made a lot of money, right? So why, how? And all of them are involved in social media now, all of them, right? So that's one of the things that you have to start to look at. You know, do they get wealthy off? Do they just know what social media to invest in or what to do? Or were they backed by the CIA? Yes, all of them. All of them became wealthy because of CIA guys, right? All of them. Now, a lot of people want to say that Elon's good. All right, so maybe now, maybe not before, maybe now, maybe he was and then wasn't and is again. Same thing with Zuckerberg, who was sitting next to Trump in a recent meeting, or they're gonna along with Bill Gates next to Melania, and she gave him she gave him a look. Melania gave him one of those, and of course, social media blew up and said she's all naughty because she did that. So it's very interesting. This play, social media platforms trying to sway us certain ways, give us certain information. They're trying to do another, white against black. It's very obvious. I've seen this happen over and over again. So we have to point it out so everybody gets it. What should a sentence be? Black folks need to speak up about this anti-white racist, right? So you're going to have all these different opinions here. They're basically in this lady right here, new Charlotte Mayor V. Lyles issue statement on the woman who was stabbed in the throat, suggests that people aren't being respectful by sharing footage of the incident. Stop sharing it. Right? So that's going to make people share it more, right? Of course. Charlotte residents can rest assured, however, because Lyles says she is thinking hard about what safety really looks like in her city. So one of the things they're talking about is on these subways, just, they do all these checks. You know how they started doing checks in New York? So they do all the checks before you go on an airplane. And remember that one show with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he goes to Mars, right? And he goes through this screening, and he's got a gun on him, and they see it, and they start chasing him. Are they going to start doing that in subways now, right? Or are they going to use this as an excuse to start to, do more monitoring of us more than they already do? It's very possible. So this video of the heartbreaking attack that took Irina's life is now public. I want to thank our media partners and community members who have chosen not to repost or share. So all the media platforms are not sharing this at all. They're not even talking about it. So here you see this black man. He's in London slapping this guard. So he's like, and then people are coming up and say, hey, he's just doing his job. So basically what happens.
Listen, he's doing his job. Don't be an idiot. You can't do nothing.
Bam. So the guard knocks him out. Yeah, that happened. So, this is all staged, guys. So here you go. One was killed simply taking the train home. The other was a felon who OD'd on fentanyl. So more information is coming out about George Floyd. I said the day it happened, it was a false flag. And boy, did I get restricted on YouTube. All right, so guess whose death sparked nationwide fires? Yeah, not the white girl. All right, so this is a Netflix show. Now,
Stand there if I lie.
You're live on Facebook right now.
I've got you too.
Me too.
Me too.
so all the people on the train are, this guy is harassing a black woman, the opposite. And in Netflix, it's like all these people are like having him live, like this was live. And so he stops harassing her. They're saying this is unreality, which it is, of course, of, social media platforms and so forth that are trying to influence us. And here supposedly is reality. This is definitely a staged event, right? So here's another. So of course she looks up. Who knows, maybe this is a signal that she's ready, where she pushes her glasses. So none of these people react to this guy stabbing her, right? All right, so you're going to have a lot of, social media is going to start to blow up on this and promote this. Yes, water otter. Yes, they stalk and do rituals. So this could be some type of ritual where she was actually killed, not realizing she was going to be killed. She's part of the Actors Guild or whatever. And they're like, okay, this is your part. And what she really stabbed, because it cut out, or we're not going to see, we're not going to show you that where he actually stabbed her, but we'll show you where he walked all bloody, dripping blood. But we're not going to show you that because it's just too bad. It's too bad. Even that, like that scene by Tony Robinson, I posted that on X, and X took it away. Now you can click on Tony Robinson's link and go watch that video I just showed you guys. Who knows? Maybe YouTube will cancel it off too. They've done that in the past where I've shown some of the stuff like this. So let's look at what's going on with the posting of this. So there's zero in the rest of social media, and this is like people are like, if they're suppressing this, then it's really important. All right. So in wokeness, zero AP stories, PBS, New York Times, NPR, Wall Street Journal, BBC, CNN, WAPO, Reuters, and MSNBC. Nothing. Zero stories. Because they're trying to do, in everybody's opinion, they're trying to cover up for the black community, right? So imagine the media outrage had the races been reversed, and then it shows, Zero News, 23, Irina butchered, this violent repeat offender who had been arrested 14 times and was still free. So here's all the 14, shots of him having been arrested. Of course, they're going to go with blackmails and negatives. And the first slave owner in America was not only a black man, he went to court and demanded it. So all these different things. Here's another one. If the races were reversed, the headlines would write themselves, and everyone knows it. So this couple right here supposedly was killed by these 5 black people, one of them being a woman. The animal's picture below, carjacked, then raped Christopher Newsom. So they raped a man, so cut off his penis, then set him on fire and fatally shot him several times while they forced his girlfriend. Shannon Christian to watch. An even more cruel fate awaited her. She was beaten and gang raped in many ways for 4 days by all of them, while they took turns urinating on her, then cut off her breast and put chemicals in her mouth, then murdered her. Why didn't that receive national coverage? So again, this is that staged? Did that really happen? What's the background on that? If it did happen, yes, why wasn't it covered? So this is, and was it suppressed so that when this came out, they could let that rise up then? Because it would like outrage people. It's like, the black community is like, attacking whites everywhere and they're suppressing it. We have to take matters into our own hands. That's what they want. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. So let's go all the way back to Charlie Manson. All right. Helter Skelter, the Charles Manson Tate murders. All right. So let me show you all the information on this, because it takes a long time for us to basically break this down and find out all the truth. So this is the AI overview. Charles Manson did not personally participate in the Tate murders, but he was the cult leader, again, CIA, who ordered his followers to commit the killings. Manson was convicted under legal principle of vicarious liability. So he went to jail for the rest of his life, and he was killed just recently in prison. On the night of August 8th, 1969, Manson family members Charles Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Winkle, and Linda Kazabian drove to the Los Angeles home of actress Sharon Tate. At the time, Tate was 8.5 months pregnant. More outrage. And married to director, so she was an actress. She was actually in a vampire movie. Yeah. So she was married to director Roman Polanski, pedophile guy, right? So he basically has escaped being charged for pedophilia and held accountable here in the U.S. by running to the U.S. or running to UK. And so during this murder, he was away in Europe. Just perfectly timed, right? The family members brutally murdered 5 people at the home. Sharon Tate stabbed 16 times as she begged for the life of her unborn baby. So I guess when they questioned these people that did the murders, they said, yeah, well, they could see that she was stabbed 16 times, but that I guess they had to have told them that she begged for her baby's life. What I mean, if you murder somebody, you're probably going to be, executed. You probably would leave some of this stuff out, right? But somehow they got him to admit all this stuff. Stephen Parent, an 18-year-old, shot in his car as he was leaving the property. I guess he was trying to escape, so they shot him. Jay Sebring, a celebrity hairstylist and former boyfriend of Tate, at her home while her husband's away. Interesting. Shot and stabbed. And then Wojciech Frykowski, an aspiring screenwriter and friend of Polanski. So he's like, yeah, go to my home and hang out. And we're going to have a movie script they're going to be doing. And so people are going to show up. It's just a play act. Don't worry. Yeah. That's probably how this happened. And stabbed 51 times and shot twice. Why? Why 51 times and shot twice? I guess it's like that's what happens when you're enraged and crazy. They want to make this look like they wanted this to be Helter Skelter from the White Album of the Beatles. They wanted this, and of course the Beatles also part of the MI6 and all that stuff, CIA, same stuff, right? It's all part of this. A lot of these groups are part of the CIA, and they're basically killed off as well. John Lennon killed off. A lot of these people get killed off over time to cover up. All right, so Abigail Folger, Coffee Harris, and girlfriend of Frykowski, stabbed 28 times. So they wanted, and then as they're leaving, they wrote pig. This was during that time frame. The blacks called whites pigs, or the like the people that are rich, they call them pigs. So this is trying to get, again, start a race war. So the La Bianca murders, the next night, Manson, still dissatisfied. I guess he wants to make this really, his CIA handlers really wanted this to really get blown out of proportion and really enrage the white community against the blacks, which didn't happen again. And it hasn't happened and won't happen for this one either, because we're not that stupid, but they keep doing this over and over again. We just need to go in and stop this. Let's just take down that CIA headquarters, right? I've been saying CIA has to go away. He instructed Watson, Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten to stab the couple to death. At the scene, the followers scrawled, "Death to pigs, rise and helter skelter. Rise up, against the black community, or rise black community against the whites." And on the walls, a refrigerator and the victim's blood. The prosecution's primary theory, developed by District Attorney Vincent Bugliosi, detailed in his book Helter Skelter, focused on Manson's twisted interpretation of the Beatles' music. Laurel Canyon, all right, CIA, we're going to talk about that in a second. The Laurel Canyon, where all this stuff, close to where the Manson group was. I think they might have been further up the canyon. I don't know. Helter Skelter, Manson believed that songs on the Beatles' White Album were secret messages foretelling an apocalyptic race war. He thought the murders of prominent white people would spark this helter skelter. So again, they keep doing this. So white people against blacks, and whites against black, and blacks against whites. So you keep trying to do this race war stuff. It's so ridiculous. All right, at this point, you should be on to them. All right, Hollywood Revenge. Manson was an inspiring musician who felt rejected by the music industry. The Tate home had previously been occupied by music producer Terry Melcher, who had refused to sign Manson. While Manson likely knew Melcher no longer lived there, targeting the house may have been an act of symbolic revenge against the establishment. Okay, that's totally CIA. Make this stuff up. All right. So after Manson follower Bobby Boussoleil was arrested for separate murders, copycat crimes, arrest and conviction. So they basically, after California, so death penalty was abolished. So they were commuted to life in prison. So I guess they abolished the death penalty just before them. Another CIA-controlled operation. You're going to do this, but we're going to take care of you. Make sure you don't get the death penalty, but we're going to hook you up in all these different areas. You're going to be famous. Maybe they didn't realize they were going to be famous the way they were famous, but the CIA does that quite often. I can tell you. All right, they'll make you famous. Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the secret history of the 60s. So there have been a lot of people that have come out and, talked about this deeper connection. So this author goes into deeper detail, reveals some things. One thing that I think is very interesting is he details Manson's music industry contacts, rock star Dennis Wilson. So Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys recently, I believe, committed suicide, and he had a long time someone that was handling him that basically was probably CIA as well, that kept him a crazy man, pretty much, which is very unfortunate. But they like I said, they'll have these stars. It's a deal with the devil, and they have these stars. They help them become famous, and then they want to use them, and somehow it doesn't work out always. All right, so O'Neill details how August 16 raid of Spawn Ranch resulted in, where's Spawn Ranch? So it looks like it's back up in the canyon. Spawn Movie Ranch was a 65-acre movie ranch in Los Angeles, California. Period. It was used as a ranch, dairy farm, lady movie set. So I don't know if that's up Laurel Canyon. I believe it's up around Laurel Canyon. So it doesn't say that though, but I'm just like, I just put this together because I was like, I got to get this out before everybody gets sucked into this bullshit. All right, so here's Laurel Canyon. It's going to talk about it. You're going to be like, holy moly, just like I have been. CIA Laurel Canyon. Conspiracy theory, of course, because the CIA started conspiracy theory to distract people from investigating what they do. Like the JFK assassination, they called it. Anyone that would refute that, there was a lone gunman was a conspiracy theorist that helped shut a lot of people down for many years. Alleges that the Central Intelligence Agency and military intelligence agency created or influenced the 1960s and 70s counterculture music scene. Of course they did, to manipulate and neutralize the anti-war movement. The theory is fueled by the existence of a top secret military facility, the Lookout Mountain Laboratory, located high above Laurel Canyon during the period when the music scene was thriving. Jim Morrison, of course, his father was an admiral, right? Naval officer who commanded U.S. forces in the Gulf of Tonkin incident that started the Vietnam War. All right, and Frank Zappa. So lots of other people that it was lots of people connected with Laurel Canyon and CIA. So military propaganda operating from 47 and 69. The lab was a heavily fortified film studio run by the U.S. military. It was responsible for producing thousands of classified films, including footage of nuclear tests. You've seen those nuclear tests? Don't they look kind of funny today? Back in the day when we saw they were doing those tests and, those buildings just like disintegrated and trees like bent over and then whoosh, gone. I think that's pretty much old CGI. All right. So now we look at that stuff and, we don't see that as much now because everybody's onto that stuff. Kind of like 9/11. We're on to their, manipulation of information, visual information, and so forth. The nuclear test and other projects were created in that Laurel Canyon Lookout Mountain Laboratory. The facility had sound stages, editing suites, and other production elements. A number of Hollywood figures, including Walt Disney and Ronald Reagan, had security clearance to work there. Wow. So see how all this ties together? It's just so funny. It's so funny. Haha. All right. So Jim Morrison, like we talked about, Frank Zappa, his father, Francis, was a chemical weapons specialist at the Edgewood Arsenal, linked to the CIA's MK Ultra mind control experiments. Other musicians, Stephen Stills, Peter Tork, who traveled to Latin American countries around the time. The CIA was involved in toppling governments there. All right, so according to the theory, the military industrial complex viewed the anti-war movement as a threat. So they had the LSD, MK Ultra stuff, of course, and then divide and conquer. This new hippie image became a caricature, allegedly making the anti-war cause less appealing to mainstream America and further polarizing the country. So there you go. There's your ties to the Manson, CIA, and probably this current CIA, manufactured BS. So anyway, there you go. Now, what else is going on in the world. I'll just throw a little bit extra in here for your viewing entertainment and your knowledge. So it seems like they're starting to take down. So we've talked about how they're going to take down the internet and everything. Everything's going to go black for like 3 days. Is this going to be manufactured by the deep state, and it's utilized by the white hats, or the white hats going to do it to expose the deep state? Now, this is Patrick Henry. He's exposing cables that were cut, and GPS is being jammed, and businesses are being shut down.
Map of these cables that have been cut. All right, you can see here there's 2 major lines that have been cut that connect Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. You can see here's one.
So the Middle East, so in Afghanistan, there's a lot of shaking going on. Looks like this one area that I talked about, I said it's probably going to be 10 times that amount. So they've had another earthquake, even more powerful earthquake, which has, and I think that the earthquakes that we're having right now are just the beginning, guys. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, it's all deep state. No, it's not deep state, but the deep state will, help these along a little bit, but they're not completely controlling these. This is earth changes that are happening. Now, the Yemenis it looks like they've cut the cable. And, there's definitely a little war going on. As you can see here, it's, cutting off a lot of the Middle East. Goes through Saudi Arabia, down through Yemen. This is Yemen, right? So the Yemenis are believed to have cut the cable. So there's no, communication. Microsoft, right, is not able to conduct business. So it's shutting down that area, shutting down the information that's moving through that area. So you just have to be aware, there's still a little war going on between Israel and everybody in the Middle East. So you have a drone that basically has somehow slipped through the state-of-the-art, taking down. So one drone somehow got through and hit Ramon Airport in South Israel. So it says 1 lightly hurt. All right, so here's pictures of it. So somehow it made it through and blew up. So just keeping the tensions high. Now, did Yemen launch that and actually get it through, or was it a deep state thing? Or did the deep state go ahead and launch that drone? We're not going to shoot that one down. And this is where we want it to crash. So it won't really hurt anybody, but it'll draw a lot of attention to this. And so Hamas can continue to be, they just keep these wars going. Undersea cables cut in Red Sea, disrupting internet in parts of the region. Houthis, right? So in Yemen, Yemeni Houthis suspected. Multiple countries in Mideast and Asia see slowdowns in incident reminiscent of 2024 attack that Yemeni rebel group denied responsibility for. Undersea cable cuts in the Red Sea have, obviously, they can tell where it's disrupted from, and it happens to be right off the coast of Yemen. So, but did the Yemens actually do it, or did somebody else do it? And they're going to blame it on the Yemens, right? The Yemeni Houthis. All right, so that's what we got going on there now. Now the U.S. military has come up with pretty high-tech drone takedown equipment. So it's basically a big thing that comes in, and it can launch projectiles that take out drones, multiple drones. I think it's got hundreds of some kind of propellant that basically will impact a drone, because they can launch hundreds and hundreds of drones. So the U.S. military, has a device that takes them down. I think that's going to be very important when we come into some of these cities, like Chicago. So Chicago, I guess the mayor and of course the governor are already putting up roadblocks. They're having like trucks that are moving slow on the roads, restricting what they believe is the military coming in. Of course, I told you guys that these Democrat cities were going to fight. They're going to become, they will become like some of these cities we see in Yemen, or not Yemen, but in Ukraine, right? Completely blasted. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of imagery from drone attacks. This is from, I look at this stuff every day. I'm just following this stuff. I've talked about this long before the drones came out. I said that drones eventually would start to replace aircraft. And so here we are, I don't know, 25, probably even 30 years ago, I was talking about this. And here we are. So I saw it firsthand, of course, when I worked for the CIA, how we were using drones, basically drones with Hellfire missiles on them and other weaponry that would watch over us. They watched over us when we were in the latter stages of the military. So very, very high-tech stuff has been utilized for quite some time. You guys are starting to see it. Of course, you know, it takes decades for the public to get this stuff or see this stuff. Now it's like very hard for the average person to have a drone. I had a drone for a long time, utilized it for filming, but you can't use drones pretty much anywhere now. So but we're going to see drone attacks happen in U.S. cities coming. So let me show you what this looks like. All right, so this is in Ukraine, and I think this is a Russian that is, you know, hiding from a drone.
Images. So a lot of these guys have weaponry that can take down drones now. So they shoot at drones. There's lots of footage of the Russians. They're getting very good at like shooting down drones. But the drones still, you know, are highly used. So by both sides. So here's Ukraine coming in and taking out these vehicles that are, for the most part, have shielding to protect them from drones. But look what happens.
From the Toretsk direction, 4 Russian tanks were attacked by Ukrainian drones as they advanced for the operation. Ukrainian drones.
All right, so they basically hit these tanks and disable them. They call them turtle tanks pretty much because they have armor plating all around them and netting and so forth, so the drones don't get through. But, you know, of course, occasionally they do, as you see here. Both sides are upping their ability to penetrate, you know, the netting and stuff. They have actually netted entire roads for miles and miles. There's nets around them. But of course, they learn how to get through that, and they put a drone on the roadway. Somehow they blow a hole in the net, and then a drone slips through the netting and sits on the road so that when the vehicles of the opposing force comes, the drones pop up and then attack. So you're seeing that. So they disabled. They didn't completely blow these up, but I guess it looks like the Russians are like, oh, they're onto us and they're effective. So let's get the hell out of here. So here you see this one vehicle basically hightail it out.
One of the tanks was disabled. The second tank suffered minor damage.
Now I want you guys to watch. So what they'll do is they'll damage a vehicle, and then they'll come in and they keep hitting it with drone after drone after drone after drone, and eventually just completely disable it, and it can't be utilized anymore. So this is what they're trying to do. And watch how this goes down.
It was decided not to risk the crew and to postpone the operation. The faulty tank had to be left in place. Ukrainian drones attacked for several days, tried in every possible way to destroy the Russian equipment. But this did not happen.
So you can see these drones basically have they come in with the point of detonation explosive. So the explosive has to, like, the nose cone on it has to hit something to blow. So as you see here, they have, it's going to show closer, but it has netting to prevent that. And if it does hit the net and blow, it blows at a distance away from the armor, so it doesn't pierce it. And plus, they have another plating of armor that protects the vehicle that's armored. So it's well thought out. They've learned how to do this over time, and as you're gonna see, this turns out to be very effective.
The Russians decided to take the tank back. A few days later, the tank was recovered and repaired. It will soon be back in action again. Footage of the tank being serviced and repaired.
So they've done this to a lot of the U.S. and European-made tanks and armored personnel carriers and so forth. The Russians will come in and disable the tracks or the wheeling or something, and then they'll come in and they'll grab that vehicle, that tank. They have U.S. Abrams M1 tanks, lots of them, and I guess European-made tanks, the old Panzers and all that kind of stuff that have been upgraded in the German military. They've captured many of those tanks and refurbished them just like you see here, and then they turn them and use them against the U.S.-backed, CIA-backed, MI6-backed, and Mossad. I don't know. So all the intel agencies, France, and all that, whatever the French intel agency is, they're all in whatever the Nazi Germany intel agency is these days, whatever it's called. All of them are involved in this war, guys. It's basically a intel war against Russia, and Russia's beating them, all of them. So that's pretty much what's going on the battlefield. Now, let me see. There was a part in here where they showed a city. Let me see if I can get to that. So there's another scene in here where it basically showed a city. I think this might be it.
Destroyed the house. What do you think happened to those inside as a result of this attack?
So they watch where, each side watches where their soldiers run into these houses. That, as you can see, these villages are blown to pieces. I was going to show you one scene where it's like a Russian military guy came in and threw an anti-tank mine that's set up to, with a timer on it. He throws it into this bunker and then runs away, and it blows the hell out of this bunker. But the whole city, all of the buildings are like leveled, and that's the way it's going to be in the U.S. You're in a big city, you're in a big Democrat city like Chicago, New York, and so forth. I think those cities are going to be level, guys. So that's another thing I want to show you. So this is a drone war that's coming. It's coming from the big cities. The Democrats are going to hunker down in there with their the people they have for decades and decades have MK Ultra'd, and they believe that the Democrat Party is going to take care of them. So they're going to hunker down, and all the people that have been paying money into the Democrat Party they're no longer getting that. And so those people that are in those cities are going to be like, well, where's the food? Where's all the food? And it's just not going to be there. It's not going to be there. And I've seen in LA where they came in and basically hammered a truck into a jewelry store and then pulled it out. And then the owner is like, he rushes down. I guess he lives there at the jewelry store, and it looks like his son or something comes in to see what's going on. And then looks like about 25 people come in, right? African-American, and basically start hammering They slam that guy down, and I guess he has a heart attack. But that's what's happening. I said this would happen in the big cities. So even though the Trump team is in LA and trying to go after these criminals, LA is a big city. So is Chicago. So is New York. So you can have the military. First, they came in with the National Guard to support ICE, getting the bad, illegal aliens that are going to help start. They can't do the race wars thing, so they're going to have to do something else. They're trying to do legal alien race war, something, who knows. So they're going to continue to push until they get results, until they can, get people to start responding on some level. That's coming. All right, so some people are being outraged on both sides of the fence here, and you're going to have, probably a little kickoff of something again. George Floyd type rioting is coming, but on a scale that's like 10x, 100x times more violent and more disruptive and destructive. Right, so that's coming for the big cities. We've talked about this for 5 years. If you're still in the big cities, it's on you, So that's coming for these big cities. It's already there. It's already happening. A lot of you guys are seeing it. It's going to get worse. The Democrats, you've let these Democrats come in and take over your cities, turn them into hellholes. And now they're going to have to be rooted out, right, the hard way. And a lot of you guys are going to resist because you've been dumbed down. Not you guys that are listening to me, but almost everybody around you has been dumbed down, right? So, we saw this, 80% of population. How far can we push this? How far can we push an agenda? How far can we, and that's why there's people like me that are out here. I came out, as you guys know, very early and started saying this is false flag. This is just after a while we started figuring it out. This is just, and me and doctors and other influencers, talk about how, but it was all of us on the lower level. You go next level up, Joe Rogan's and stuff like that. They didn't start getting involved until much later. So we can stop it now at our level or my level. This race war they're trying to do. We can stop that now and point this stuff out and destroy their, false flag narrative very early on. But it wasn't very effective. So now you guys are smarter about this. So now I can come in and talk about this stuff, and it gets shut down very quickly because you guys are smarter about this now, right? So another false flag, this little, she's a little tiny, little Ukrainian girl, Ukrainian, right? Ukrainian. What's going on in Ukraine? A CIA war, a MI6 war, right? It's all the same stuff. So they bring over a Ukrainian. Oh, she's like escaping. So I'm rolling it back around. Some of you guys are like, you just keep saying the same stuff. No, I tie it all together for you. All right. So there you go. All right. So another false flag. Obviously, you start to look at it, it's like, oh, you're right. It's so obvious, right? So it takes some of us to, notice this stuff and bring it to everybody's attention, and then we can just knock it down. Elon Musk, shame on you. Shame on you for pushing a narrative. Tommy Robinson, shame on you for pushing a narrative that's false. All right. So there we go, guys. So now that the false narrative has been exposed, let's see who continues to push it. Who keeps pushing it? All right, lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So just before I came on, I saw this ridiculous article about SEAL Team 6, 6 years ago, having a botched commando raid in North Korea. Around the time frame, I think just before probably President Trump spoke to North Korea's Kim Jong-un, across the line from South Korea into North Korea, and shook hands with Kim Jong-un, and I think it's bullshit. Right? I think it's total bullshit. Now, why would something like that come out right now? So let me show you guys the article. It says U.S. commando raid. Basically, they killed North Korean civilians. Like no, and absolutely F no, right? U.S. commandos killed North Korean civilians in botched 2019 mission, New York Times says. So 2019, what happened in 2019? It was around the time frame that, when was this supposedly happen? I'll get more details on this, but I'm going to say that this is complete bullshit. Since Trump's last summit with Kim in 2019, talks have fallen apart. So are they making sure that they don't, happen again? Kim Jong-un is basically, I think, is gone. I remote viewed him basically having died quite some time ago. Very unhealthy guy during his lifetime, overate, smoked like 3 packs of cigarettes a day. It was insane. There was a lot of different, people that looked like him, kind of like, we've seen with Joe Biden and President Trump and all the people. So I said that he's gone. I said he was gone a long time ago. And I think that's one of the reasons why he and Trump were able to have that meeting, because that was not him. But for whatever reason, they're doing this. I think it's basically to, cause some conflict. So we know that China, Russia, and now India are all aligned. BRICS, Brazil, all of them are aligned against the United States right now. So it would make sense that because North Korea is a satellite puppet of China, that they would pull something like this. And this is New York Times, so they're very suspect as well, but they're claiming their sources, citing unidentified sources. So anyone could make this up. Anyone could have made this up, including current and former military officials who we know. Current and former military officials are compromised deep staters like crazy, with knowledge of the still classified details. The newspaper said President Donald Trump approved the operation. So will President Trump come out and say, no, this is a big pack of lies? Or will he let this roll until they figure out, who's doing this, what this is about, entrapment, and all kinds of other things? Sounds like, total BS to me. For one thing, having been a SEAL Team 6 guy, this is not a mission that we would do. This is a regular SEAL Team type of mission. Now, I've been to South Korea and up close to the North Korean border, and I can tell you that no one gets across the beaches. No one from either side without the other side knowing the moment it happens. All right. So for, SEAL Team 6 guys to like cross a beach? No, because the beaches are basically, heavily patrolled. They have like these rocks. They set these rocks up all along the beach. So if anyone were to come and walk, they would see, the rocks were knocked down, and it's no, like no, and no, like I said, right? It's a complete fabrication. So anyone that sees this, should be aware that this is. So here's how they built this up. The civilians that supposedly these SEALs killed appear to be diving for shellfish. when they inadvertently came across the detachment of SEALs as they splashed ashore at night. The American forces opened fire, killing all those aboard the small fishing vessel. Okay, so they're splashing across the beach, and there's a boat with people diving for shellfish on the beach, or what's going on here, right? So it's complete BS. Now, if guys were coming across, more than likely they would launch from underwater, from just below the surface, from a submarine, all right? Or submarine, one of the SEAL delivery vehicle submarines that would have parked along the beach, and they would have exfilled from the beach. But that's something that SEAL delivery vehicle guys would do, all right? So again, multiple bullshit from this. So you're probably going to see them try. So that's why people like I exist, to come out and knock this shit right in the teeth before it gets out there, guys. All right. Complete, absolute bullshit. Right. So whoever comes out, so U.S. Senator Mark Warner, top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, said he could not confirm or deny anything in the New York Times report, but said if there's ever a time that we need Congress to do its appropriate oversight, it's now. So this Mark Warner, all right? So if they find out that this guy is part of this lie, he should have a military tribunal ASAP, right? But he's probably been, schooled in what he's going to say, how he's going to say it, and so forth. So spread it. That former Navy SEAL Team 6 guy said this is bullshit. Right? So I'm saying it for all those guys that can't talk. They're probably at SEAL Team 6 right now going, what the F? But they won't be able to talk about it, right? And then there will be people that will say, well, they can't talk about it. That means they probably did it, right? No and no, right? So just craziness. All right, historic California gold mining town overrun by fast-moving wildfire. So what is this town called? What is it called? Oh, Chinese camp. Interesting, right? Chinese camp. So we have this report of SEAL Team 6 guys going into North Korea, which is a Chinese puppet. And we have a fire burning in a historic California town called China Camp. How about that? No connection whatsoever. Nothing to see here. Boy, that's interesting, right? Boy, they just kicked me right out for talking about that, didn't they? Well, who's running the world of AI? China. All right. So, yep. Georgie girl, hope MJ comes back. All right. So I did a workaround. So here I am in a totally different area. And, I get hammered when I'm at home. I understand that because they know where I'm at. So, but I guess it doesn't matter. They just basically came in and hacked the hell out of me in Portland. All right, Portland, Maine. So it is something that these guys do. I don't know where I was. I was talking about the fires in California and how the deep state's not making a lot of money. The China fire that's going on right now. So they're lying about SEAL Team 6 doing raids in Korea, North Korea, China puppet. And now we have Zuckerberg. That's right. Zuckerberg and Gates at the White House. So what's that all about? Right. And that saying, keep your enemies close, right? Keep your enemies close. I think that's pretty much what we're seeing there. Now, this is what Steve Bannon said. Steve Bannon lost his mind about this, but I'll give you my insights. I think it's something that probably the White Hats wanted to have happen. All right, keep your enemies close. All right, Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Zuckerberg, that guy should be in prison. He should be in a cell.
All right, Zuckerberg, I think, is gone, and I think Bill Gates is gone. So it's all just a show, guys. It's all just a show, and it's basically poking at China, who own both of them, right? So it's a big China thing that's going on right now, obviously.
Bill Gates, on a day that Bobby Kennedy gets, that Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, is ripping his face off in front of the world. What in the hell are we doing? Whoever set that dinner up should be perp walked out of the White House today.
All right, so I don't know the big story about why these two knuckleheads were there. They were there with they're basically trying to beat China in AI, guys. Now we know that Zuckerberg was part of stealing the 2020 election, right? This is not Zuckerberg anymore. This guy that's playing Zuckerberg does not look anything like Zuckerberg, right? And then you look at Bill Gates. I don't know what height Bill Gates was, but he looks like a little man next to Melania. Of course, she's supermodel tall, but when you see the picture of the two of them together side by side, I think that's a tell as well. All right, so let's play a little piece of that. These guys at the White House basically having this conference. This is where America is going, guys. So you see Zuck and you see Gates over here next to Melania. So they're going to do a little bit of talking. Then I'm gonna bounce this around a little bit, but it's top tech CEOs at the White House. This is where America is going, guys. A lot of you guys are talking about want the med beds, you want free energy, but you don't want to believe that these two former puppets of China could be involved in that. They're not going to be, but the companies that they were once part of are going to be, right? So this is where this is going.
Take you out to a live image right now. We do have President Donald Trump at this dinner that we were told would be closed press. But as you can see, we do have cameras. Mark Zuckerberg right there seated next to the president.
Biden was the one that prosecuted that lawsuit.
Look, it's a long process. I appreciate that your administration had a constructive dialogue and we were able to get it to some of resolution. I would echo what Sergey said. I think the AI moment is one of the most transformative moments any of us have ever seen or will see.
Yeah, so this is Sergey. He's big into the AI, guys. So AI is going to be the future. Now, do we want China to win the AI? We know if China wins the AI, it's not going to be good. All right, so that's why they're pushing. That's why we have the China camp that's burning in California. That's why we have this false report of SEAL Team 6 trying to go across the beach and shooting up civilians in North Korea. Complete BS, of course. So we're going to beat them, but they're going to do games because they tried to steal the election with Zuckerberg, China. They tried to implement a bioweapon with Bill Gates. So we're seeing basically two of the enemies of the United States, Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, sitting next to Melania and Donald Trump, front and center. So that means he owns them. He owns them, or whatever they had. They own it.
Lifetimes. So making sure the U.S. is at the forefront, and I think your administration is investing a lot. Already the AI action plan under your leadership, I think, is a great start, and we look forward to working together, and thanks for your leadership.
Great. Well, I'm in the second phase of my career, giving away all the wonderful money that Satya's good work has helped multiply a lot. But I think the thing that ties my first career that I still spend some time on because AI is so phenomenal, and my second career is.
Now, I want you guys to watch Melania. Watch. This is a tale. Watch how she reacts.
Innovation, innovating in health in areas like the president and I are talking about, taking American innovation to the next level to cure and even eradicate some of these diseases. He mentioned polio, which is one that we're close. We don't need new science on that one. For some like HIV and sickle cell, we do need new science, but the U.S. Has the seeds that in the same way that Warp Speed took those seeds and put them together, I think something fantastic can be done. AI for our foundation is that we want to adopt.
Okay, so AI is basically helping America accelerate very, very quickly. So the lead in AI is very important, and you're going to see this continue. Bill Gates or whoever we're going to see is involved. It doesn't matter. Whoever these puppets are, they're playing these two positions. It does not matter. So I say these two are puppeted now by the white hats and Donald Trump.
Market, right?
Seems like it.
Come to think of it, how much is Google investing?
We are well north of $100 billion. In the next 2 years, it's $250 billion.
That's great. That's great. Great. We're proud of you. Very good. Thank you. A lot of jobs.
All right. So Google, who owns YouTube, right, investing $250 billion. Right. So this is monumental, and they need to be able to afford that. That's why they have me on YouTube. All right. So, yes. All right. So this is kind of the stuff we're going to see, guys. As someone that's been in this game for a very long time, they're going to bring these people in and parade them. Like Steve Bannon was saying, perp walk. So they just perp walk both these guys. Maybe Steve Bannon was saying that because that's kind of what we're seeing there. We're seeing a perp walk of Zuckerberg, or at least the body double of Zuckerberg and the body double of Bill Gates. Let me see. How tall is Bill Gates? Right, Bill Gates' height. Because he looked like a little shorty there. All right, Bill Gates' height. So this is how you do the research. All right, he's 5'10", so yeah, he's kind of a small guy. All right. All right. So, but I'm 5'10". I'm not a small guy. I don't know. He looks really small there. So, but I don't know. Melania, I think she'd probably be 6'1", something like that. You know, supermodel tall. I don't know. I'd have to look it up, and maybe I will later. So, let's move along. Venezuela, highly provocative. Highly provocative moves. They're flying. They flew a jet, or jets, two jets, close to. Now, there's other reports that they flew it over U.S. destroyers. So again, it's a information war, right? So the information war is being built up on Venezuela, right? So Venezuela is about to get spanked hard, right? Kind of like Noriega was, kind of like Saddam Hussein was, all right? But the difference is, and with Noriega, you had a good president. And with Noriega, you had the Nazi Bush family involved, right? So that's why we were still involved in Iraq for over 20 years, all right? 20 years in Iraq, for the most part out of there, but probably still have some bases there, I'm sure. We should be completely out of there. The Iraqi dinar, I think, is going to basically, go big. It's part of this, taking down the Fed. I think they're going to be part of it. So when the Iraqi dinar goes legit and breaks free from the American U.S. Dollar control, it's tied to it. When it breaks free and becomes its own currency, backed by its own money and all that kind of stuff, they have plenty of reserves built up. And of course, they're one of the biggest oil producers in the world. They, along with Saudi Arabia and probably some other countries in the Middle East, will become independently wealthy virtually overnight. Probably 1-to-1 with the dollar, and then eventually 3-to-1 to the dollar. So those of you like myself who have Iraqi dinar will probably do very well. All right, so the Iraqis will do very well. Of course, the Iraqis were, severely hammered by the U.S. Of course, they did have a very evil dictator, so he needed to go away. Maduro will have to go away. Maduro will go away. I've seen him. He's gone, right? He's gone. He's not going to be there much longer. Now, timing can be problematic because I saw Assad. I said that Assad would go away, but I said Assad would go away 10 years before he did. So I don't think it's going to take that long for Iraq to basically go independent financially and Maduro to go away. All right. Everyone looking at Maduro will probably say, yeah, he's going to go away. Now, the reason why Assad took so long is because the deep state, they wanted to get rid of him, but Trump came in, right? And there were actions from other people to stop that. Now, eventually, the fact that Assad is gone is good because he was a bad man as well, right? He was a manipulator and so forth, just like Saddam Hussein and so on. So we're going to see freedom in the Middle East. That's coming. Independently wealthy, independent of the U.S. dollar and the manipulations that go along with that, the banksters and the military-industrial black hat complex. All of that is basically getting vanquished over time, but vanquished a lot faster than it's basically been maintaining and building and getting larger and larger and larger, almost took over the world. All right, so its collapse is imminent. Now, when that collapse happens remains to be seen. So I think it's going to be very soon. And so what are we hearing from this highly provocative situation with Venezuelan jets? Let's play a little clip of that.
We learned overnight the Venezuelan military planes flew near a U.S. Navy vessel in international waters, a clear indication that tensions are rising as the Trump administration ramps up its fight against the drug trade. This morning, in what U.S. officials call a highly provocative move, the Pentagon says 2 Venezuelan military planes flew near a U.S. Navy ship. It appears to be a show of force days after the U.S. military attacked this boat in the southern Caribbean, allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, killing 11 people. The Pentagon last night claiming the Venezuelan flights were designed to interfere with our counter-narco-terror operations.
All right, and another escalation, nearing escalation. I would say we're probably going to hear about aircraft carriers coming in that direction, moving in that direction. I don't know if they're there yet, but I don't know if they're going to make it public for a little period of time. But once we see them come out publicly and say that there are aircraft carriers moving towards Venezuela, that we're getting very, very close to basically taking Venezuela out, right? Now, another thing that we've seen, we don't really need to put aircraft carriers over there because we can fly jets down there from America very quickly. Puerto Rico also had a bunch of jets fly over, the F-35s at very high speed, top of the line F-35s. Massive number of them went over to Puerto Rico and staged, so they can move very quickly. And yeah, 10 F-35s in Puerto Rico, thanks to MGD. So I didn't know the number of them, but I would say it's probably going to be, they're going to start staging more as time goes forward. So more and more, this is ramping up. So positioning and all of that is happening. Drug trade, America will control all of North and South Central America. And we will have free trade. Now, what is stopping that right now? What is possibly stopping that with Venezuela? What happened with Venezuela? Why did they kick out all of their people? Well, in Nicaragua, that's been a problem for a long time. It was a problem for Reagan, and he tried to do some stuff in Nicaragua. But who has been backing Nicaragua and Cuba and other countries down there? Russia. How about that? So we know that President Trump is kind of pushing on Russia because Russia is trying to muscle in on the trade situation down in South America and Cuba and Central America and so forth. So Venezuela and Russia have a close and strategic relationship characterized by significant economic, military, and political ties, including Russian investment in Venezuela's oil sector. Now, the oil sector, you might remember that basically they took over the Russian oil. Or not the Russian, but the Venezuelan oil. It used to have American and British, kind of same thing in Iran, right? So when they got kicked out and it was nationalized, that's when they came in and basically took down, did a coup in Iran, and that's what's caused a lot of problems with Iran ever since, right? Now, we very possibly could be seeing not the same situation, because I believe that situation was deep state. This is the good guys, basically taking out the bad guys who are being backed by Russia. So why would Russia want to back them? All right. So they want the angle here in that area. Same thing with China. China's trying to get coming in. They're not being good trading partners. All right. They're not being good trading partners. And they're trying to be like criminals and corner everything. Russian mafia is very bad. So is Chinese mafia, right? And I know American mafia is not all that great either, but it's a lot better than those guys, right? Italian mafia, there's mafia everywhere. CIA mafia, FBI mafia. So you name it, there's mafia everywhere. Mafia here, mafia there, everywhere, mafia. All right, so President Nicolas Maduro's government, which Venezuela views as crucial for maintaining its international standing and opposing Western influence. So that's Russia getting involved, right? Russia has also provided assistance to help Venezuela bypass U.S. oil sanctions and established hidden financial and logistical networks to facilitate this. So obviously, that can't continue, right? So you can't have one mafia come in on another mafia's territory, right? So the U.S. is like, that's our territory. No. Right? So, and I'm just joking around. Of course, the U.S. military is not mafia based, and CIA is not mafia based, and FBI is not mafia based. I'm just joking around. Yeah, not so. We need to basically get the baddies out of all of these areas. And if Russia is starting to come in and help people that are evil and bad, can't do that, Russia. I mean, we're letting you clean up the Nazis out of Ukraine. Don't come in our territory and poop, right? No. All right. So I think that's what we got going on as we see. A lot of this basically start to push in that direction where any other country that's trying to muscle in, like China, which is absolutely trying to muscle in, and Russia, which is absolutely trying to muscle in, and the Palestinians, Hamas, and terrorist organizations in the Middle East trying to muscle in. It's a shit show down there, guys. We have to clean it up. Yes, Lakeside Laura, no pooping in our backyard. All right, so now let's go down the rabbit hole a little bit. So before I do that, now some of you guys know that I'm a remote viewer. Yes, I do remote view. Very, very good. I see things and I see them materialize. Now, do I tell you guys all the time, all the stuff that I see? Of course not, because some of the stuff I see, you would not understand. Some of you would, but not many of you. And it also can determine future things happening. So I'm very conscious of that. So you guys know that I was never part of a military organization, remote viewing. I learned my remote viewing naturally from American Indian processes, right? Yes, American Indians, everyone has ability to remote view, right? It is a God-given ability for us. Of course, they don't want us to have those abilities, so they dumb us down. And, it's part of the culture where anyone that has these abilities or develops these abilities, everyone has them. They come after them in different ways. Because I've told you guys how when I was overseas, I would tell guys, to the hour, almost to the minute of when attacks were coming. And I know a lot of people are like, well, all the military does remote viewing. No way. Because, look at me. I was just a poor boy from a poor family. Yes, but I didn't get in trouble. That's because I went in the military. So, otherwise, I probably would have. I don't know. I was a hardworking boy. I was bag boy, like I told you guys. Then I was like a busser in a seafood restaurant. It was my favorite seafood restaurant when I was a little boy growing up. I loved their hush puppies and their crab cakes, and I just loved to go there. It was a treat when my family would go there. And so when I grew up, to be 13, 14, 15, I started doing busing. And so I bussed at this place, and the owners were like, "You're such a hard worker. We want to make you, the guy that does the raw." I love oysters. So they were going to have me do the raw bar, and I was going to make a lot more money than I was making as a busser. So I was pretty excited about that. So I was like, yay. So I'm working hard and doing, weeks go by and doesn't happen. And then I come in and said, he's like a kooky old guy. And he says, "I tried to call you." And it's like, I don't have a phone. It was not back in the times of, cell phones. And we didn't have, recording devices on our recording machines back then. So he says, "I tried to call you, blah, 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 this time frame." And I'm like, "So you tried to call during a off time frame and I didn't answer, so you hired somebody else?" So I was like, "See ya." Right. So I went and worked just before I went to the Navy. I started working at a very exclusive restaurant first as a dishwasher and then as a busboy. And it was a very high end Japanese restaurant where they did the bocce tables. And that was back when I was like, a teenager, 17. And just before I turned 18, I started working there. And so I had aspirations of going into the military, becoming a Navy SEAL, of course. And I told them that, and they were like very happy. It was like, "Oh, you can work for us until you do that." And so when I bust the tables at this all the top people in the political realm of Columbia, South Carolina would come and eat there. So I busted tables at all these highfalutin, people. And I was like on the football team, and I was doing good on the football team. And they're like, all these high level people are like, we're gonna make sure you become a fullback or a tailback in Columbia University. And I was like, "Oh wow, that sounds good." But I was having this dream about becoming a Navy SEAL, right? So I remember bussing the tables and these high-end people, so, and the Japanese, the guys doing the table, hibachi table, they make a lot of money. The guy that had, that was the top chef, I think he had not a Lamborghini, but one of those high-end cars back in that day, right? I can't think of the name of it. They don't even have it anymore, but it was like not a Maserati, but it was something like that. It was really, really high-end car. And of course he had all the hottest Japanese waitresses. And there was one girl that played the piano. She was really hot. And of course that was his girlfriend too. So, but they would give me part of their salary. And I've never even heard of anything. So it was really, at the end of the shift, we'd all sit down as a family and they'd make a nice meal for us. And I loved them. They loved me. It was great. And then when I was going to the military, they threw a big party for me. It was really cool. So why did I go in that direction? Because I noticed that some of those rich people, rich bitches, were bitches, right? And not the women, the men. Right. So I called them rich bitch because that was an insult in my mind to them. Now, today, the way I am, after having worked in that industry, if you're my waiter or waitress, you're going to get hooked up. Right. So God has been good with me. And so I give it back. Right. So now some people that I've noticed have, I guess they were in the same situation and they got, they got traumatized by people that were rich that screwed with them and they became rich. And I've seen some of these people and they're assholes too when they go into the restaurants. I'm like, I don't even want to be around those people anymore. It's like, I don't want to go eat with you. You're like, yeah, there's something, this meat is not perfect. Look at that. I wanted it medium rare. This is like rare. And send it back and I don't want to pay for any of this. I was like, Jesus, what happened to you? You were a waitress in college, but you worked at a like high-end restaurant like I did, whether you got traumatized. So you're all effed up. So that's what a lot of these people are like. I just want to bring that in. Not a Datsun. No, of course not. Jesus. Austin Healey. No, that's good. Good guesses. No, Datsun 280Z. No, it was like 280Z. It was like nothing. I wish I could remember the name of it. Bugatti, no. DeLorean, no. Way more high end. So look back during that time frame. I don't have time to do it right now. It's just like top of my head. I used to remember what it was because it was so high end. What's it start with an L? Bricklin, no. Good guesses though, guys. Those are all high end. Pantero. No, Lotus. I think it was a Lotus. Truth or Mike. I think that's, you just nailed it. Lotus. What was that? Ferrari? No, that's good. Vector? No. Lotus. So look up a Lotus. Somebody put that in there. I can't do it right now. So I'm trying to, I got another show I got to do here in a little bit. So, but the reason why I wanted to go there, guys, VW Bug. Yeah, right. Lotus of Spirit. I think so. I think Truth, Mike. I think you're nailing it. So look up a Lotus of Spirit, and you'll see that it is like a super high-end car for that time frame. So, and that's I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Good call. Lotus Esprit. Yep. And so he was a really good guy. The chef, the master, he was like amazing with knives. And I was like, someday I want to, and I was a white guy and they were going to make me, before I left for the Navy, told them they were going to make me one of the chefs. Wow. A white guy. That's like, and the Japanese are like, they're not so good with, they must have saw some of my past life coming bleed through. I think. So I was a samurai and all kind of crazy shit and an emperor. So anyway, they treated me good. Like, yeah, Steven Seagal almost did Steven Seagal was going to come and teach my I started the Navy SEALs hand-to-hand program. First hand-to-hand program was taught all the Navy SEALs. And Steven Seagal was going to come in and teach us, because we had the best of the best coming in and teaching us. The Army, Green Berets, Fort Campbell, I think, Kentucky. And they were at night flying around. Big guy. Yeah, come on. But he didn't. He couldn't make it and teach us, and then I eventually left, and it fell through. So, yeah, pretty cool. Lotus. Yep, you guys got it. It's a Lotus. I don't think you make those anymore. But Lotus Esprit. It was like super high end car for that time frame. He was like rich, because he made a lot of money at that high end place because of all the rich bitches, And they had like a couple different restaurants. And they did really well. But yeah, the reason why I want to say that is because these people are, they're Lulu in their heads. Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, all those people, they grow up in these families that basically, corrupt their minds very early on. And then they get to those high levels of positions, and they're all screwed up. Now, President Trump, who's within all those people, right? So Epstein, it's like they're like beating around the bush, right? And I'm not saying President Trump has been, but I want you guys just to be aware that everyone, we've had Kathy O'Brien on, I've had other people on that are experts in this field that were part of that as children, as young women, part of that manipulation. And all of the presidents, but maybe not President Trump, at any time in his life, was part of that. Was President Trump groomed? I would say President Trump was definitely groomed to be in the position he's in, right? So now another reason why I want to talk about this is remote viewing. Remote viewing, you guys know that it was last Wednesday that I did a show with Rafael Conquista, and he came up with President Trump seems to be having these issues. And I was like, well, I never wanted to talk about this until it was the right time, kind of like I did during the last time he was president. I saw that in about the midterm that he was the president. I said it not early on. I said it later because people jump on that. And if you're not well trained, I've told people about some of this stuff and they bring it into reality. So that's one of the reasons why I don't always share everything. I share things that I feel that we can have an impact on with our consciousness. No, we're not gonna experience that. And so some of you maybe can help President Trump stay alive. I think he's going to live, but I do think he has a health incident. I think he's good for another year or so. You guys know he eats ice cream like almost every night. Ice cream is very bad for the heart, right? But some people, I mean, my parents knew that smoking cigarettes was bad, but they did it anyway, right? I've never smoked, right? Because I hated it, right? And because I had to be in a car while they smoked. I'm like, there's no way I'm ever going to do this. This is like torture. So I never smoked, right? Now, some of you know that cigarettes are bad, but you still smoke, right? You know that over drinking is bad for you, but you overdrink sometimes, right? So we do things that are not always good for us. And President Trump, who worked at McDonald's for a brief period of time and has brought in hundreds of hamburgers for like college football teams that have come to the White House that he invited. So he doesn't always eat well, guys. And, you know, he does have quite a bit of weight on him, but I think he's still good. I think he's still good into at least well into next year midterm is when I'm seeing he's going to have problems. And I saw the same thing last. He's going to have a heart attack. Maybe. Now we talked about how he could probably fix his situation with the intuitive wellness products. But is he? Same thing, guys. He's, been eating ice cream every night for a long time. Is it going to stop? Maybe he has. I don't know. It's one of the worst things you do for your heart. And some of you eat ice cream and you're like, it doesn't bother my heart. And then you're like, maybe not now. But and who knows? There's probably some things that I do that's probably not good for me either. I can't think of them. If I find what they are, I'm going to stop it. But I'm dedicated to being very healthy, right? So now here in Maine, I don't know if eating Maine lobsters is bad for you with butter. Oh my God, I had Maine lobsters last night. 2 of them, 2. Right? They were like unbelievable, right? Now I've actually gathered quite a few California lobsters over my years in the SEAL teams and eaten them quite prolifically. And they are nothing compared to Maine lobster. So you people in Maine, you're spoiled. And I'm going to eat some more lobster. I'm going to get lobster soup, lobster salad, lobster etouffee, grilled lobster, fried lobster. I'm gonna have it all, right? Maine lobster, right? It's unbelievable. So, yeah, Bubba Gumps. I'm going to Bubba Maine's, whatever. I'm going to eat lobster for everything. So, love lobster. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't love lobster? So if lobster's bad for you, I don't think so though. I feel pretty healthy. After eating the lobster. Throwing lobster in our faces. Yeah. Well, you can come to Maine and eat it. I'm not throwing it in your face. Just I'm enticing you. Come to Maine. It's the first time I've been to Maine. You people of Maine, I've had SEAL buddies that settled in Maine, and I can see why. It's absolutely incredibly beautiful here. I went down to Portsmouth Naval Shipyard area. Always thought, people used to talk about Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. It was like amazing, but I was in the SEAL teams. We didn't do Portsmouth. Regular Navy SEAL deals, regular Navy guys did, and they always talked about how great it was. And now I see incredible area. All right. So what else do I see? So that big talk up about people that are corrupted from birth, and I don't know if President Trump has been. I don't know. When I look at him, I always see, when I look at President Trump, I see he's under God's grace. If he's done something bad in the past, he's made up for it. So I don't see everything, and I don't want to see everything, of course, but I see him as a good man. All right, this interstellar object, 3I Atlas. I reviewed that, and there was a time where it was like all you can say is that this is extraterrestrials are on this, and I'm like, okay. That's all I'll say. But now I'm getting that I can leak out a little bit more, right? And it's not going to make people go crazy. And I think we need to start to talk about this, because they will try and make this into Project Blue Beam. All right, they're already starting to talk it. Now I'm looking at space. Let me show you guys. I do the research for you, right? So you don't always have to, but when I bring it up, you should do a little something. All right, look at this. Scientists capture interstellar invader comets. See how they start to see the MK Ultra information. Ooh, meditate on that. No, don't meditate on that. That's bullshit. All right, invader comet. So you're going to see, they're already starting to plant the seeds for this. I don't know what space is all about, but it's probably funded by the CIA. I don't know. So interstellar object 3I Atlas continues to puzzle scientists. They can't figure it out. Right? Yeah, right. They've been looking at it for probably years. All right. So I see intelligent life on that comet, as whatever they want to call it. Interstellar craft. It's a craft. We don't have the knowledge of how to make a craft like that yet. There have probably been some people that are involved in those projects, but at this point, converting like a big piece of rock into an interstellar craft that can fly through, crap, and it's like it goes through, all kinds of places where there's debris, and it kind of goes around them. It's like, how does it do that? It's like it just knows it's there, and it just gets out of the way. It's a smart rock, right? So, yeah. So it's getting a comet tail now as it comes closer. So it's a comet. It's getting energized as it comes into closer to Earth. So there will be beings that come and communicate with beings here on Earth, right? And when I say beings, it could be some of their peeps that are already here, right? It may not be interaction with us humans. So don't get your hopes up, right? So we'll probably see, I believe, some kind of interaction, and that could be blown into a Project Blue Beam type thing. So anyway, I think it's important to start to seed out the positive information about this. There are positive beings on there. Most of them are still asleep, right? You know how they go into those little pods and they sleep while they have these androids and stuff that, take care of everything else. Because other remote viewers have said, just see some like non-intelligent life there. Those androids and stuff are pretty intelligent, right? So AI beyond belief that we are not going to see for probably thousands of years. So that's coming. So I remote viewed that, and that is coming, right? So I think it's important that we all, start to, look a little bit deeper into that, and admit that we're not the only ones in all of these universes out there. There's millions and billions of universes are out there. We're the only intelligent life anywhere. So get a clue. All right. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hello. This is Benjamin Fulford. A serious power struggle is going on, and it looks like we're all going to have to take action in order to make this thing happen. A couple of days ago, I phoned the press office of Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada to try to get an opportunity to present some Dragon family documents to the Canadian government. They have ignored me, and this is a serious insult to the Dragon family that will not go unanswered. So we are now demanding that Mark Carney meet me in person for a debate to discuss the future of Canada and this planet. I am hereby formally challenging him for power, because he was not elected as Prime Minister. He was selected. He was chosen by a bunch of Freemasons who then stole the election to create the result. But unfortunately, it looks like he is being blackmailed or for something, because he is not going along with the program we all decided on, which is to create a future planning agency. So you have been warned, and you know from your sources that this is real. These are real people, and they're not going to let this insult go unanswered. So we'll give you until September 11th to formally reply to us. And I think that September 11th date is a good date for a lot of people to make a lot of demands, to see if we can't use that as a new date to throw things overboard. Speaking about which, we now need to talk about U.S. President Donald Trump. It shows Trump with Melania, and it does look like the real Melania, and he's saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere, which is fine and good, but it's still clear that this one, even though they're sitting beside each other, he's shorter than Melania. So what it looks like has happened is the white hats have taken the Trump avatar, the short fat one, and are starting to use it for their own purposes. And we can see that with the comment they posted about Operation Warp Speed, where basically they're saying, well, we thought we were trying to protect everybody, but if it turns out we were lied to, we're not going to cover that up anymore. So they're covering their own asses while at the same time, and that's a good sign that this new Trump, or this old Trump reading a new script with Melania at his side, is a sign the White Hats are back in control. But to confirm, this is not the original 6'3", 190 centimeter Trump. Take a look at the video of this Trump standing beside the Polish President Rocky. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce that right. Now Rocky is 5'10", and this Trump is clearly about the same height. So it still looks like the American people have lost their president, and a group is trying to keep the pretense of him being alive because there's so much money and power involved in having that presidential signature that can authorize all these funds. And that's what I think you'll see is going on with all these tech people gathering in the White House, pledging huge amounts of money. They're saying we're going to relaunder all this Fed funny money in the United States, basically. But take a look at the clip and you'll see what I mean. You know, the West is going through a lot of trouble, but I think we really are going to see some kind of revolution in Western Europe this fall. Now, I think the situation in Germany is going to be especially interesting because the opposition AfD is almost certainly going to win the next election, and there's a lot of pressure to hold an election soon. It's right, left, and center, I believe more than 16, but they're not going to be able to understand what sort of mind shift is happening in Germany. Please take a look at this clip of an ad put out by the AfD. I don't think, I know from their comments and their other things, they're not racist per se, but what they are saying is the elites have deliberately flooded our country with military-age, non-Christian men who appear to be getting a salary from somewhere and who are causing a huge, jump in crime rates. And a lot of them are welfare bums who are bankrupting the country. And that's something that needs to be said. You can't just pretend this stuff isn't happening because you're going to be called racist. This is nothing about racist. This is about people behaving the way they're supposed to or not behaving the way they're supposed to. And when you have a bunch of antisocial people who come into your country and causing crimes, my advice to the Germans is that with very few exceptions, most immigrants who are now on welfare should be asked to get a job or leave. That's what I would do. Then you can get the useful ones and get rid of the criminal trash that came along with them. In any case, there's also going to be something happening in the UK for sure, because it turns out they arrested 12,000 people in the UK in 2023 for things they wrote online. This is not the England of the Magna Carta, where your leaders can arrest you for no good reason whatsoever. This is something very serious, and we know that Keir Starmer is one of the blackmailed pedophiles from Epstein Island, and that is not going to go away. He's going to be removed. Same with Merz in Germany. He's going to be removed. And well, Mark Carney, I think your time is running out. Our patience is running out, and we're going to out you as a criminal who got placed by a stolen election unless you move out. But in France too, we're getting calls from French intelligence saying, please do not have Emmanuel a puppet reading a script. He holds the presidential authority, which gives the White Hats an opportunity to use him to make serious changes in France. So they want to keep him there as an image so that they can carry out the constitutional changes they need to fix the problem France now has. So we're leaving it up to them. But we'd like to hear from the people who have this new Trump reading his script. We'd like to talk to them. But I think they should understand that Western leadership right now is in serious trouble. What are they saying? What are they telling our people? They're saying, oh, Iran's going to threaten us, so we have to start a war with them, or Venezuela, we got to have a war with them, or this is a horrible stuff like that. They're not saying what kind of future do we want, what kind of world do we want to live in, and I think it was a deliberate hot mic moment that I believe billions of people have seen. You've probably already seen it too, but I think you should watch this clip of Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping talking about immortality. That is exactly what we have been talking about. If we can take control of the financial system away from this satanic, the funds necessary to make immortality a reality and turn this planet into heaven on earth. That's what we're trying to do. But if they continue to stand in the way, they will learn the lesson that was learned by the king of Khwarezm when he was rude to Genghis Khan's emissaries. The results of refusal of this generous offer will be catastrophic. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ben, we have our first question for today. We are seeing massive Eat the Rich style riots in Indonesia, and it looks like soon to be the Philippines as well. Are these corrupt individuals in Indonesia part of the KM or just regular corrupt individuals?
What I've been told is that the KM is trying to organize attacks against the Chinese as a part of a fight of Chinese-U.S. influence over Indonesia. But it is funded from overseas, but they try to take real problems that exist and use them as a lever to start regime change. But it does look like, well, my sources who are actually in Indonesia tell me it is a foreign-funded attempt to overthrow the current Indonesian regime, and the Chinese appear to be the target of most of the attacks. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you comment on the renewed likelihood of World War III? Today's news.
Well, we're dealing with an elite and they still have some weapons. So I wouldn't call it World War III. I'd call it more of a hostage situation, where we've got to get these people to stand aside from their weapons of mass destruction and hand over power without destroying the planet. So that's why it's taking so long, but that's the real problem. However, I assure you that at the highest level, the militaries of the U.S., North Korea, Russia, China, they all agree that we're not going to be fooled into starting all-out thermonuclear war and destroying the planet. That's not going to happen this time. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Who do you think these Satanists are? Do you think they're human? Do you really think a few hundred Satanists are controlling the world? Wouldn't they need thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of low-level people?
My understanding is that there's about 1 million of them, and a lot of them are concentrated in high levels of power, which is why it's taking so long. Now, they themselves, of course, they say that our God is Lucifer, it's not Satan, and that Lucifer is actually the good guy, and God's the bad guy, and all sorts of stuff like that. But the problem is, it is a network that has used bribery and lies to seize power over civilian governments in the West. And now you cannot become a president or a prime minister unless they have a videotape of you raping a little boy or strangling a little girl. And that's why we need to remove all the leaders to put an end to this system. But yeah, years of fighting these people and talks with Japanese military intelligence and other sources say there's about 1 million of them. So there's 16 million Jews or so. A lot of them pretend to be Jews, but just to make it clear, this is not a Jewish problem, but these are the ancient enemies of the Jews, and there's a lot of them, and they're very powerful, and we should not underestimate them, but we will remove them from power. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. In a recent interview, the CEO of Palantir, Dr. Alex Carl, said, and I quote, "I hate the enemies of Palantir. I'm going to fuck these people." Is this guy referring to the human race? Because in my opinion, the enemy of Palantir is the human race.
Well, the enemy is sheeple who will not obey their technocratic rule, I think is the answer. My advice for what the average person can do is, sometimes just leave your cell phone at home, take out some cash, and go shopping that way. Stuff like that are little things you can do to help overthrow these people. You don't have to be a hero to do stuff like that, but what we don't want is to let them outlaw cash and put us forever in a digital prison. Next question.
Eben, we have our last question for today. You touched on this a little bit, but when will Europe return to free speech? People are being arrested for hurting people's feelings on social media. This is ridiculous. When will Europe return to the free speech it had before? Furthermore, in Canada, Chief McSween of Ontario York's regional police said in regards to illegals perpetuating home invasions, quote, "We should hide and comply. In other words, don't fight back." This was right after a home invasion and a father shot. What kind of dystopian nightmare are we living in, and how long can we expect this to last?
Well, hopefully not much longer. I have some stuff I'm going to write about this Ford character in my next report, but he's definitely a cabal implant. Overall, I think the fight is reaching its final push, but we all need to personally take action at this point to remove them, because they have people who need to be removed visibly and publicly are Bill Gates, Gavin Newsom, House Speaker Johnson, all the Clintons, the heads of the big tech corporations, the heads of the big, we need to firmly take away their control of the magic money machine and the corporations and return that to the people and the real entrepreneurs who actually build value. That's what we're going to do. And we all need to take the fight to them. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the war against the cartels is on. This cartel war is in the United States as well. We're seeing the deportation of the worst offenders that they've tracked down. This is happening in multiple states. It will start to happen on an even greater scale in upcoming days and weeks. We're probably going to see Chicago pretty much have National Guard come in there. They can utilize the naval yard that's in Great Lakes to basically work from. It sounds like that's what they're going to do. But they'll come into Chicago and they'll start working on the gangs, right? And the gangs tied in. So the gangs aren't just separate. The people that have come in here that are illegal aliens aren't, in and of themselves separate from any of this. They are tied into massive corruption within the deep state in the political realm, as we're seeing with the governor Pritzker in Chicago, in Illinois, in Chicago itself. You're seeing the mayor basically railing against troops coming in to help them with their incredible crime that's happening there. They don't want them there because they're basically going to expose all the corruption. Now we're seeing up to 600 lawyers from the Department of Defense that are going to start to go to different cities. Probably one of those will be Chicago, because they have corruption within the Department of Justice and so forth. We've had judges that were supposed to be getting these illegals out. They're dragging their feet. They're basically resigning on purpose to slow the process down. So they're part of the corruption as well. So President Trump is firing a bunch of those people, and he's bringing in the military. Now the military, once these guys come in, that basically sets the stage for, I believe, the next round, which will be pretty much military tribunals, right? And they will probably be judging people like Pritzker, the mayor of there in Chicago, and many, many more, right? So that's one of the things they're going to fight. We're seeing Venezuela. We just had a boat that was bringing in illegal contraband drugs and so forth. The military basically did a drone strike on it and blew it to hell, right? Killed all 11 people that were on it, and the boat itself, 4-engine speedboat. They can go up to like 60 knots an hour. Now, when I was in the SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6, we had boats that were a lot faster than that. But I can tell you, those speedboats are something, right? They can scoot, and they're low key, they're low level. They've been doing a lot of these drug runs for a long time, right? So they've been tracked. They're going to start eliminating them. So we're getting the illegals out that are part of the drug cartels. We're starting to hit the drug cartels in Venezuela and in Mexico. We've just had, talks with Claudia Sheinbaum. Marco Rubio was down there talking with her, and he said that it went well. Now, we know that she's controlled by the drug cartels, but it seems like maybe we're going to start to see some give and take, right? Some of these people that are down there that have been, controlled by them for a long time, they had no choice. So now that they have a choice, they may start to lean in the right direction. So we'll see how that works out. Claudia Sheinbaum, will she survive? Will a lot of these, like Maduro in Venezuela, will he survive? Probably not, right? If he does survive, he's going to be in prison somewhere in the United States, hauled away like a criminal he is, right? So we're going to see more of this going forward. Now, National Guard to deploy 1,700 troops. We've heard this across 19 states to assist in immigration crackdown. So they're there to help the Department of Homeland Security, and President Trump is, going to help them out. So which states are they going to? I'm gonna put it up on the screen, but we're seeing Alabama, Arkansas, lots of states. As you guys can see right here, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and Wyoming. Or is it one of your states where you're at? A lot of Republican states, but yeah, there's New Mexico is not a Republican state. So you're seeing but like I said a while ago, she seems like she wants to work with President Trump and his team because things are so bad in New Mexico with the drug cartels and so forth. So we'll probably see a few states that are Democrat leaning that will start to move over into the right column, right? I don't know how much, but at least some of them. So New Mexico is one of them. Will Colorado be one of them? It remains to be seen. That's going to be a tough one because it's very corrupt there in Colorado with the Democrats. All right, so 1,700 in 19 states. I mean, how many people is that? That's like, if you divvy them up evenly, that's less than 90 soldiers per state. So are they going to go in there and start kicking ass? No. Just like those 600 lawyers that are going to be divvied up to the different states, they're part of a bigger program that's coming, guys. You will see at some point special forces involved in this. I think they've already been involved in this, but you will see them get credit for some of this. The Army, the Navy, Air Force, Marines, Special Forces, all will be involved, in my opinion, on a massive scale going forward, because the corruption, like we all know, is on an absolutely massive scale in every single state, in every single city in our country. So it's going to be a lot of effort to overcome a lot of this. It's not going to be easy. There'll be a lot of pushback from the Democrats. There already is a lot of pushback. They're going to have they're going to come out with their, protest, which will eventually, like we saw with George Floyd, turn into riots. This is the start of the cartels coming in and starting to get involved in those riots and causing mayhem on a massive scale. And then on top of that, we have terrorist cells on top of the cartels. Now, the terrorist cells and the cartels are in bed together, right? Before I left the SEAL teams in 2021, 2002, 2002, long time ago, we were already seeing that in South America, the cartels were being they were getting terrorists, Hamas and so forth, that were coming in and starting to infiltrate and integrate into the cartels. So that has happened into America, because we know that the Democrat Party basically allowed that over the last 4 years. All right. So we have a lot of work to do. We're going to see a lot of destruction in the big cities. Been talking about this for years. It's coming. Now, what is very good about this, on a positive note, is that President Trump is taking it to the source, right? So Venezuela and Maduro will go down. Mexican cartels will go down in the broader spectrum of taking them down in the United States as well. So it's a large operation that will involve these different countries and so forth. And so we're looking at the beginning stages